Should be good to go.
Yeah.
Did the live stream work okay yesterday, Janice? There were no complaints about people not being able to hear or anything?
So how many hundred people do we have?
Yeah, how many millions tuned in? Did it go viral? Was it
I
viral?
can't go that far.
Did you make it to TikTok? I was going to
Oh,
say,
no, not
you should make it to TikTok.
Yeah.
The bonus question about bench pressing.
Yeah, that'll go viral, that's right.
I'm glad you asked it. Everyone else was thinking it.
I was sitting here looking, thinking, all right.
I didn't give him a chance to answer that. So.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Really more than me, is the answer.
Just project it. The microphone.
Yeah,
Swivel to talk to the seat.
Oh, sorry.
We'll resume the hearing, thank you. Day 2, stream 1.
Mr. Wellington, I've been thinking about how we proceed. We're up to 4.10 of Mr. McCutcheon's 42A report, but I wonder if it might be more sensible to hear first from Ms. Hammond, make sure there are no residual questions following the discussion yesterday, then Mr. Lees, and then go back to you, Mr. McCutcheon, so that if we run out of time, when we get to the morning tea break, we've only got you hanging, waiting for the balanced questions rather than a number of people. Okay. Resume with Ms. Hammond. Thank you, Ms. Hammond. You can take your introduction from yesterday as read. I think we'll just go straight into questions. I only had one question arising from your evidence. How many council staff did you actually have ground truthing the Johnsonville? I couldn't see anywhere where you actually gave us a number.
Ground truthing the Johnsonville area, there's 3 of us in total.
Mr. Dash, any questions from Ms. Hammond? Ms. Brett? One from Mr.
Just one. We talked yesterday a lot about slope and measuring that as a component of walk. And I think I understood you to say that sort of motivation, I think was the word used, but it's not the right word, in terms of the ability to want to walk slopes. So that wasn't taken into account in terms of the computations rather than this. Could it be done? Could you do some psychological testing, shall we say, of people's propensity to want to walk different levels of slope and factor that into the...
For the purpose of building the walking network model, motivation wasn't considered relevant because the model was being used for a wider range of testing. So it wasn't just a planning model. It was also being used for things like emergency route planning, transport planning, identifying areas where we could put in new pedestrian routes, elements like that. And I think you could agree with something like emergency route planning, and motivation is just get as far away as you can, as quickly as you can.
The motivation is externally supplied. Yes, we understand.
In terms of understanding people's motivation, that would require quite an extensive piece of work. You'd be surveying people, you'd be interviewing people. It would take quite, it could take quite a long time, quite a lot of manpower. Potentially, for building this model anyway, it was beyond the scope of the work. In theory, we could survey people to understand their motivations, and we could incorporate that into the model. But I believe that would be adding a bias to the model. We'd be looking at motivations of a select group of people, while the goal of these walkable catchments is to capture the majority of Wellingtonians, or as many people as we can.
Any more from Ms. Hammond?
In your evidence, you talked about the model being accessible to the public.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So at the moment, the model is set in-house. Well, it's kept in-house. Sharing a model like this is quite a complicated piece of work. Technically, we can't share the model itself because you need the software to be able to run it and to build it. But what Council aims to do in the future is to share the data that goes into the model and then instructions, so anybody who has the software can use the data to build their own version of it. The corporate GIS team at Council, so they sit within our ICT facility. They're currently updating servers that host all of our GIS capabilities. The ETA on that varies depending on when you ask them, particularly when they have emergency response requirements, such as for the recent cyclone. So things like that get pushed out. But the goal is that by the end of the year, the data will be publicly accessible and available to everyone. Our gap filling solution at the moment is as people require walkable catchments for various pieces of work. So for example, for Let's Get Wellington Moving, or for contractors that are doing work for council, they request those walkable catchments from my team generates them for them and then provide that data.
I think that's it. Ms. Hammond, thank you for returning to talk to us, albeit briefly. I think we're ready to hear from Mr. Lees. We'll just have a sound check. This one is. Okay. Can we have a check? This microphone's working, but the rest of the panel don't. Is it picking up and going through the live feed? So the message is just speak up. Mr. Lees, thank you for joining us. As said, you need to speak up. Is there? We have your evidence, which we've read. Is there anything you want to say in the introduction of it before we ask you some questions?
Thank you for the opportunity. I guess one thing I'd emphasise is with these population forecasts, they are used regionally. So there's a contract that is set by Greater Wellington Regional Council and Wellington City Council as part of that. So the population projections that we have put through are actually used by a number of councils across the region. I think that's a point that hasn't received as much emphasis in the evidence.
Thank you.
But that's all that I would add. So happy to take your questions this morning.
The only two questions. The first is related to a question I asked Mr. Osborne yesterday. It is suggested by submitters that there is an existing housing deficit, so that focusing purely on population forecasts going forward might understate the future demand. When I asked Mr. Osborne that question, he said that he wasn't sure how Sense had dealt with that question, so I'm asking you.
Sure. So the one thing that's quite important with thinking about the population for the Wellington region and also thinking about housing affordability is thinking about internal migration. So we put a lot of effort into forecasting, but not just forecasting, thinking about the drivers of underlying migration. So there's a number of things that we do within our models, thinking about past trends, thinking about what's happening with policy that kind of suggests what types of flows might we see over the next 3, 10 and 30 of flows, not just into the Wellington region, but also Wellington City Council. Our models are a national model, so to be able to understand what's happening at the Wellington region, we actually need to forecast all of New Zealand. So we do that large exercise before we start drilling down into what's. So when we think about kind of affordability within our projections, we're also thinking about what's the national kind of migration outlook before we get into what's happening within the Wellington region. To think about kind of the impact of affordability on what happens locally, at least part of that will be driven by what has happened in terms of the trend in the past. So we see flows into the region, and then some of those flows will be allocated to councils that perhaps are a little bit more affordable than Wellington City Council at the moment. So you might see flows that go into areas that are adjoining to Wellington City Council, and that's partly driven by trends, but also partly driven by how we allocate households within the region. So we have a household model, 7 different types of households. Think about where those households might choose to locate within the region. There are a few factors that kind of drive that household location decision. One of those factors includes kind of land values in terms of affordability. So that's part of our process for how we think population affordability. One characteristic of our forecasts is we tend to have, we have observed that we have slightly stronger growth than the forecasts provided by Statistics New Zealand across New Zealand as a whole. Slightly stronger forecast. Now, I don't want to overemphasize that, but a few more people, slightly higher growth than Stats New Zealand will have for the region. But then when we come to look at Wellington City Council, our forecasts are perhaps a little bit closer to Statistics New Zealand than forecasts for a number of the neighbouring councils. So that's a characteristic that when we go through our kind of work, thinking about the different drivers, we're comfortable with that kind of outlook for the region. And that's at least partly because we spend quite a long time thinking about those migration factors.
In terms of factors, the one observable factor to me as a recent Wellingtonian is the number of people who used to come into the city who now work from home, and they could be working from home in one of the other cities, or they could be working from home greater distance. To what extent has that played a role in your projections?
Sure, thanks for the question. That's played something of a role in our projections. Now, I mentioned that the projections are at least partly based on trends, and so if we see that in terms of a trend that's been developing over the past year, past 2 years, we'd start to see that come through in our forecasts. But I think there is, that's partly true of our forecast, but I think there is a larger question about how will we see that kind of play out, not just within Wellington, but nationally. And certainly international evidence is starting to kind of say, look, it's not just the COVID thing. This has a lot of persistence in the data. Some of the work that's coming out of the US, for example, by people like Nick Bloom is kind of pointing to the working from home having a large degree of persistence. I mentioned that what we do is produce forecasts at a national level, and then there's a question about how we allocate kind of population across New Zealand. Sort of come back to that point that I mentioned earlier, our forecasts tend to have stronger population growth in those centres that kind of neighbour Wellington, that kind of neighbour Auckland, and potentially over time that if we see a stronger working from home effect than we've got dialed in, we'll start to see that kind of pick up a little bit of time. At least for now, we're comfortable with what we have as relatively strong growth rates for places like the Wairarapa, relatively strong growth rates for, say, Hutt and Upper Hutt, relative to what Statistics New Zealand have within their forecast. So we will continue to look at that question and think it's a very, very important question. The number of councils will be looking at, but at least for now, we're comfortable with our population forecast that we forward.
Mr. Dave. Thank you. One question of clarification and then another question. The question of clarification. Explain your figure 5 at the end of your evidence to me. I've been through that today. So it's a friendly explanation about what that's saying in terms of based on percentage.
Sure. So one question that we are often asked is, your forecasts are a little bit stronger than Statistics New Zealand. So this is designed to kind of show those differences and not hide them under the carpet. And I guess the tables on the right of the table show kind of our 10-year kind of average growth rate. So for each kind of council, you see that they kind of go down over time. So for Kapiti Coast, for example, 1.5 to 1. For Wellington, we're sort of a little bit more stable around that sort of 0.8%. And I guess both Statistics New Zealand and Sense Partners forecasts have growth coming off a little bit as the population ages. And I guess we also compare that to what's happened historically to show that our forecasts aren't that different from what's happened historically. Put that in a little bit of context, we had just super strong growth in sort of the 5 years pre-COVID, running at say 2% growth. We don't have that dialed into our forecast, but we have a little bit of that kind of flavour relative to other forecasts. Forecasting is tough, and one thing we do to try and get closer to the data is to actually forecast reasonably frequently. So we have an annual kind of update of our forecast. At times that can be difficult to communicate. There are lots of reasons why the forecast might change within a year, but I think it gives you a better product to meet your overall objective, which is to help plan better by updating the forecast.
Population forecasts indicate what capacity and residential is required in the city. Pretty important. There is a step change. Urban development certainly in some government, but so it's quite a pivotal piece of information. And having lived and worked in Wellington for a considerable period of time, it's flatline, very gradual population as you stay up to 5 years. In terms of confidence levels that you have, 15,000 you've got statistical confidence that it's going to be in there.
Yeah, thanks for the question. One thing that we do provide additionally is uncertainty bands around the forecast. So if you look at table or figure 3, you can see kind of the confidence bands we put around kind of our central projection there. So there's a reasonable range, and that's why we provide that range, because there's certainly different outcomes are possible. Our uncertainty is a little bit higher than what Statistics New Zealand provides. We think that that's sensible. We think that if you look at Statistics New Zealand's uncertainty bands, they would have been surprised, one, by the strong growth that we have in those 5 years that I mentioned. That was when a number of councils were using a high projection from Statistics New Zealand, and that was not even high enough. But certainly, we would have been surprised by the COVID outturn as well. So that's why we provide that uncertainty band, because things can certainly turn out a lot different. And we'd recommend councils, at least consider the full range of forecasts that we provide.
So I guess the risk to the council is that it either estimates or estimates that. So our role is not accurate, but as accurate as
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one thing that we did when we first began this project is we had peer review of our methodology by an emeritus professor at Waikato that's not closely involved with the project. So we have we put some store in kind of our forecast process through that. But you're pointing to a great question is, we're providing a product that gives you a range and gives you some view of what that outlook will look like. But there's a real question about how do you plan? Do you plan for the middle? Do you plan for the lower band? Do you plan for the upper band? But we think by providing that range of forecasts, we give you the options to think about what will do.
Thank you.
So just a follow on from that, so that the difference of 30,000, that to be an appropriate level.
We would love to be able to get a narrower band as possible, but when we look through the modern work that we do, if we go back 10 years and think about what our models would look like for the next 10 years, those kinds of things drive that kind of range that we have. So we'd love to say it's a narrower range than that, but we can't hand on heart come back to you and say it's going to be narrower than what we over time with additional data, we kind of get knowledge about the local kind of demographics and drivers. So we may see a little bit of tightening, but it would be not professional of us to come back and give you an average.
Some of the submitters wondered whether you're going ahead taking into account the effect of COVID.
Yeah, sure. So COVID has created probably the most difficult environment constructing demographic projections over the last 25 to 30 years. So a huge change, closing off the borders makes a huge impact, and then a period of uncertainty about what future migration flows would look like. So I make no bones about the fact that that's a very difficult thing to try and incorporate into your forecasts. But we're starting to see that settle down. We're starting to see kind of flows come back, if anything, in the short term, a little bit stronger than what we had. But when we look at our kind of long-term projections, reasonably comfortable with what those projections show. And it's not just COVID; it's also the working from home and tying that into people have now experienced a different way of working. Tech change comes along with that. So, a whole bunch of factors that are wrapped up within the COVID.
Yes, Mr. Lee's just following on from that. Is the COVID effect presumably the COVID effect's been greater on internal migration from overseas as opposed to intra-regional?
I think that's a contradiction in terms of internal migration from
Sorry, external.
So both are related. I mean, closing the border is a huge impact, and in some areas more impacted than others. So, Wellington is a huge receiver of international migration. Then people tend to migrate from Wellington city outward. So we can see that in the data already. But there are some flows that you also see that you might consider not to be directly related to those international migration flows, and that people stayed in place a little bit more of that day.
Thank you.
In your numbers, and it relates what Mr. Daesh had actually asked, the numbers that are forecast, are you actually later going back and checking how correct your forecasts were for that period of time to actually get an idea of how accurate your forecasts were in the first place?
The short answer is yes. We don't have much data, so we started in 2021, and then we sort of have a COVID kind of period that makes that exercise a little bit difficult. I think we probably put more weight on, have we got our kind of process right? Have there been factors or things that we saw happen that we are sort of overweight in our kind of the way that we the impact on our sort of suite of models. So it's not just hard, what do the numbers look like, it's also what our kind of underlying thinking, right? We know our models work relatively well in forecasting that higher rates of migration in those 5 years that I talked about. We know that our models would pick that up better than, say, Statistics New Zealand. But in some ways, to get a kind of like-for-like comparison can be quite difficult, because the timing of what data you have available often changes. So it's harder to make a like-for-like comparison.
Just on top of that, you just said you started in 2021. In your figure 2, you have data from 2003. What was the 21 referred to?
So that's when we sort of first started providing the forecasts under the Greater Wellington Regional Council.
So, and where does the 2003, 2008 and 13 numbers then come from that are in table 2? We only started in 20.
Oh, no, so apologies, we use data going back quite a long period of time, even pre-2003. The table figure 2 is just to give you a sense of what has happened with New Zealand's population historically and where we get to in the future. Yeah, so we started the exercise for Greater Wellington Regional Council in 2021. We had been using our models prior to that, and we used data at least back to 1990, if not.
Just for my simple mind, can you just clarify for me that the last table, figure 5, why is Wellington City at a more lower growth rate than the other TAs in the region, just generally?
So some of that relates to aging, some of that relates to our models that, as I mentioned, kind of while we have strong flows into Wellington, we believe that the affordability kind of options on the table will produce stronger flows to the new, reasonably strong flows to those outer kind of councils.
Just related to that, on the previous, you were describing how the housing model works. So that's basically based on existing land zones and densities. So it's sort of dialed into the current policy settings of the district plans around the region, rather than what could happen.
Yeah,
enabling opportunities for further development.
That's largely true. So we do produce the forecasts, draft it, go to councils, get some qualitative feedback on the forecast. There are very few changes actually in terms of what forecasts are at that point. But you're correct, we're not trying to second guess what policies councils put in place.
I think that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Lees. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Starting point 10, any questions about that?
Yeah, just a couple. Thank you, Mr. McCutcheon. In the 100 odd hui that you had with the mana whenua and the development of the plan, did Papakainga not come up once?
This surprised me as well. So when in the lead up to the draft district plan, one of our staff members, who coincidentally now works for Ngāti Toa Rangatira, had a number of hui, both with kaumātua of Ngāti Toa and representatives of Taranaki Whānui, as to what their aspirations were for the new district plan and how that could accordingly be reflected in plan provisions. What we got through that process was feedback on a number of chapters that had been drafted, like the open space zones, the residential zones, the centres, and a number of the district-wide chapters like natural environment. The advice at that time was that no specific policy approach for papakainga was considered necessary, and that the framework of addressing it as a residential activity and its permutations throughout the plan in the residential zones or the city centre, local centre, whatever zone it be, was appropriate at that time. Subsequently, we've received submissions that said that's not the case, and I certainly have agreed with those submitters in that compared to a number of other plans, there is a very light touch on what papakainga is. There is no definition, and there isn't a well-rounded framework for enabling it within the PDP as notified. And it's on that basis that I have agreed with submitters and recommend that we take a more fulsome approach, recognising that there are shared jurisdictions from territorial authorities within this region, which mana whenua have rohe. And on that basis, it would be good to take an approach which meant we could achieve some consistency between our plan in Porirua, our plan in the huts, for how mana whenua's aspirations for papakainga end up in plan provisions.
You, just following on from that, is there a meeting halfway point here somewhere where in Ngāti Toa, in your 42A, para 455 F, where Ngāti Toa has sought a provision for papakainga to at least apply to Māori land? Is there a way to incorporate that relief whilst you go about developing a more wholesome, if you want a better term, provision and introduce that as a plain change like you've recommended? Is there an opportunity to have a placeholder in there as such based on the relief that Ngāti Toa is seeking?
Part of the reason why I didn't take up that suggestion was that no definition was provided. There was no additional information about how that would work, how it would integrate with the rest of the plan. And if that had been provided as part of this submission, I would have been able to consider it more fully. But I do consider that there is value in taking it, not rushing it, and taking a forward and considered approach with other territorial authorities within the region, along with mana whenua.
In 455 D, Ngāti Toa sought references to Te Manawa Te Wai, which was supported by Greater Wellington, to be included in the plan, but I didn't see anything specifically in your assessment or recommendations that accommodated or considered that, especially around Three Waters. I think in their submission it was particularly relevant to Three Waters. So in para 455 B, Te Manawa Te Wai is sought. So do you have any response to that?
So I consider that I have accepted, at least in part, that submission point by my recommended amendments to Objective Natural Environment 05. So this is adding a new objective, which is that subdivision land use and development is undertaken in an integrated manner, recognising the importance of Iuta Kipai and the interconnectedness between ecosystems, natural processes and fresh water, as well as the amendments I have recommended to NE02, which is that subdivision land use and development contributes to an improvement in the quality of the city's freshwater bodies, freshwater ecosystems and receiving environments, protects and enhances Māori freshwater values, recognising mana whenua and their relationship to water, brackets Te Mana o Te Wai.
Thank you. That was NE02, the
Correct.
last one.
And,
Sorry.
and the recommended new objective NE05.
Are you just so that I'm clear? Earlier you said because no definition was provided, is that a definition of papakainga? Is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Right, yeah. So had a definition of papakainga been provided, it could have been something to consider.
What would have what it would have assisted me with would be understanding what for mana whenua papakainga is, knowing that there is quite a variation across the country depending on iwi and hapu, what is meant by that, and that would allow me to consider how the existing framework of the PDP sits relative to the potentially broad range of activities which are enabled by papakainga, and whether the standards and rules, including for buildings and district-wide matters, would collectively work together to enable what mana whenua wanted, or whether they would actually hamper that. Because as soon as you introduce a new activity, we need to think about what are all the other consequential and supporting provisions that might need to be amended to respond to that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No more.
Just a word. Okay.
You recommend that some work with. I'm just concerned about timeframes for that and how that process has potential to get lost. So what sort of certainty can there is priority to that? I mean, it seems to be quite a gap in the.
So I cannot at this time give a certain time frame as to when council would initiate a plan change to do so. I expect that coming out of this process in its entirety, we will need to turn our mind to changes or variations as we go along with perhaps address matters that are not within scope of this process. This may be one of those. But I come back to that in this submission, there had been no chapter for me to consider. I'm not sure what I'm looking at in accepting a recommendation to introduce a new papakainga chapter and how that sits within the framework of the plan. And until we have that to look at and consider, and to ensure that actually it achieves what mana whenua want to happen, then I would be hesitant in agreeing wholeheartedly to introduce it at this point in time.
That side of the is, to develop a plan change, to go through that whole process. I mean, as we all know, there's quite a time frame in that. So what do you envisage that might be?
Typically, doing a plan change can take a year to 2 years. I have not seen to date any matters of this significance. So in that respect, it is sort of the first one in the queue that we have identified as an issue, an opportunity that would justify the council initiating a plan change to respond to.
What role does the papakainga design play?
The papakainga design guide, again, is sort of reflective of the light touch to papakainga that have been introduced as part of the notified PDP. And I understand that was as a response to the PDP needed to do something to enable papakainga, but we hadn't had that direction from mana whenua what it was. So this was a sort of a nod to papakainga being an activity which in the long run the plan would need to enable, but because we had no certainty about what that was, it has been included as a non-statutory design guide, the only one that part statutory sense.
You envisage, possibly in the future that would become part of the plan as you develop it.
Absolutely. I mean, the Wellington City District Plan has a long history of design guides, and we will get into that matter starting in the next hearing stream. But true to the intent to ensure design buildings are well designed, and if mana whenua want a papakainga design guide as part of that statutory process, then that would be something that we would consider through this proposed plan.
So any of the submissions there, you know, that none of the submissions requested, you know, objectives, policies, rules, board consents.
They were broad. Both submissions requested that a papakainga chapter be included, but at this point I still don't know whether that definition of papakainga would include a commercial activity, educational activity. I am unsure.
So the term papakainga, is it used in the plan?
It is mentioned in the plan.
So does it create some sort of complication?
It's mentioned in the plan in a city centre zone objective, as an activity in the city centre zone, but it isn't given any certainty as to in the strategic direction UFD 04, but at 06. There is no certainty as to what it means, and I go back to my earlier point that we've got to where we have now because this is as far as we could get with the direct. But there is the desire, as I have supported, to do more. It's certainly a light touch, and I don't think that it is the best outcome for mana whenua aspirations. With it.
Well, actually, a couple forward. So it's listed, just to clarify, as an activity, permitted activity in the central centre zone. PCZ, is that right?
Let's double check that. Correction, marae activities are a permitted activity, but papakainga is addressed within the policy CCZP7, ahika, which is to recognise and enable Taranaki whānui and Ngāti Toa Rangatira cultural associations and development interests in the city, including by providing for the development of papakainga kaumātua housing and affordable Māori housing on their land holdings. But there is no subsequent rule or standard which actually enables that. As by way of treating that activity any different to a residential activity, it would be subject to the same building rules that would require a resource consent. So we may find that if we go through this more detailed process with both mana whenua, that there are different activity statuses that should apply for that activity in a rural zone as opposed to a residential zone or a centre zone. That's the more fulsome approach that we need to take.
The other question, the design guide, the papakainga design guide, that potentially a rollover from cooperative district plan, was that new?
That's new.
New, so it was developed before that.
Correct.
Okay, we'll go on to point 11.
Most of the things here are outside the plan. One thing that did request for some more increased limits of notification. I'm just 100% in there.
So I believe in my appendix B, I've identified that matter will be addressed in the stream 2, where it is most likely inferring from the submission that it's a residential matter.
Because most of the matters raised in here are about consultation, they're outside the plan, and you address this.
Anything else on 411 412 purpose? 413, I have a question. Action. 486. Plan must give effect to the PNRP. Is that the legal test?
I believe it is actually have regard to. Not. They have overstated requirements to that document.
It's a time and why you can back to us. And the second question in relation to the Taranaki whānui, recognition of primary marginal status. You considered Justice Fotter's decision in relation to a similar request from Ngāti Whātua?
I have peripheral knowledge of the case, but I have not considered it deeply in my recommendation that equal mana whenua or the plan not assign a mana whenua status being different to that treaty settlement.
Are there situations where one Iwi can't have a higher interest in
With respect to sites, a large amount of work into with both mana whenua is around the location and framework of rules for sites and areas of significance to mana whenua. So as quite a number of additional sites have been added, which we'll address in stream 3. Some of those are of interest to just one iwi, others are of interest to both, and where those overlaps are identified, they're recorded in the schedule. So to answer your question, yes, maybe, and sometimes both.
No?
Chair, I can respond to that question about post-regional natural. So in preparing and changing the district plan, regional authorities shall have regard to proposed regional plan of this region in regard to any matter of regional significance. And then in the district plans, the district plan cannot be inconsistent with.
And my understanding is that the PNRP is 90-something% operative, so it's actually the latter you need to worry about. To 14, statutory content, anything else? 15, general approach. Is Dalton. 416, cross-boundary matters.
my understanding that sought processing. Is that
Understood it as hearings But in any case, a joint hearing would enable standard joint processing by addressing both the land use matters and the regional matters within the same forum.
So you think that their submission was about hearings, not so much, you know, if an application didn't necessarily go to a hearing.
I see I would have to revisit their submission point in detail, but I think in any case there could be an easy fix there,
Yeah.
recognising that some resource consents may not go to a hearing.
Or some may go to a hearing for one jurisdiction but not the other.
Yeah.
I've had sort of experience in quarries in relation to joint processing and joint hearings involving Greater Wellington and TAs. Yeah. It's very topical matter at the moment.
Respond to that through reply.
Or 17, relationship between spatial layers. We go on to the resident subject of definition. My first definition I had a question about was heavy industrial activity at 515. Any of those on 515? Seems to be a no. So heavy industrial activity. That's right.
Sorry, I did. Just in terms of development, I'll do paragraph.
You speak up. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just wondering about the consistency with the definition. And do you consider it to be in the same context?
NPS sets out a series of definitions, including development capacity, the development infrastructure, and additional infrastructure, and they're not the most elegant of definitions. Certainly they've been drafted for the city. My view is that given that national instrument is being implemented a number of laws and so be by tier 2s and tier 3s, we can still achieve or respond to the submission points of the submitter while retaining that consistent national definition. So I have recommended amendments to strategic objectives further on in the strategic city assets and infrastructure. Try and respond to those while retaining.
That doesn't include additional essential infrastructure.
I don't think it includes the additional essential infrastructure.
Sorry,
but I have,
essential, yeah.
yeah, I have recommended amendments to include additional infrastructure.
Yeah, but not essential.
But not essential, given that you end up in this weird sort of Venn diagram of what infrastructure is essential, which is not, and there's. Yeah.
Thank you.
Heavy industrial activities. Response is that small-scale facilities that don't create objectionable effects or pose risk to human health won't be captured. I suppose the answer is quite existing wording says heavy industrial activities include storage, transfer, treatment or disposal of waste materials. Why is, like, there doesn't seem to be any quantum.
So the plan has two definitions relating to industrial activities. There's one for industrial activities and there's one for heavy industrial activities. The industrial activity one comes from the National Planning Standards and cannot be amended. Therefore, if we are to create a subset or distinguish some activities as more offensive than others, the only way to do that. So, here some activities are deemed to be offensive, but there are no standards in the plan that set out what that are other than the definition. So the definition becomes a matter of interpretation for considering whether an activity is a heavy industrial one or not. Depending on the rules in the plan, those activities, activity status assigned to them. So if an activity is small scale, say it's in a residential zone and it's an industrial activity that is a small scale lock up and storage sort of facility, that would not be considered under the definition a heavy industrial activity because there are no sort of smells or hazardous substances, but it would still be managed in the framework of the plan way of an industrial activity.
I think my concern is that I'm not sure that interpretation existing wording is correct. So it might be argued. Do you think it clearer? The second element where it says heavy industrial activities include that you could tweak the definition to be clearer. Those are industrial activities with offensive and objectionable effects as well. You could read that as a standalone. I think that's the submitter's concern.
The definition has to be read as a whole, where it clearly ascribes a heavy industrial activity as a subset of an industrial activity, given that it means an industrial activity that generates. The purpose of the last line is to give some examples, a non-exhaustive list of industrial activity.
I know that's the purpose, but you could read that as creating a standalone category. Could it be reworded to make your intention clear?
I think the recommendation that will make this issue clearer is the one where a set of nesting tables be developed that would clearly show the relationship between higher order and lower order definitions. And I agree with that it isn't exactly clear at the moment how these terms sit relative to one another. There have been similar submission points around yard-based retailers. And I think that recommendation will be the one that solves this rather than the
score. Do we have a problem that you've accepted the recommendation but haven't actually given us that in the appendix? Have you drafted nesting tables yet?
I have not.
And the question is, when are they going to see the light of day? What opportunity will submitters have to comment on that recommendation?
I haven't drafted them to date, given that there are a number of definitions that are being requested for later streams in this process, for which to be considered at that time.
It sounds like a wrap-up hearing topic.
Does.
Go back to the discussion. Yes, so
You go.
So your nesting idea will be based on submitted submissions, really sort by submissions. Won't be any new thing popping out of that.
The intention of the nesting tables is not to change the intent of definitions in the plan, rather show the relationship between it. So in this case, an industrial activity would be purpose of understanding the relationships of terms and how they're used within the plan show that. They're a very common thing which we have seen. New in the Wellington context, admittedly. We've essentially have it within the operative plan where we have some specific definitions for yard-based retail and service retail and things like that. Relationship to those higher order commercial activities really been fairly communicated.
Certainly in the Pari Residents context, nesting tables and the interrelationship between higher order terms and lower order ones is critical.
Yeah.
Particularly with the ability of the lower order one to contradict something that's in the higher order exercise.
So I think the answer is that is a topic for wrap up hearings. I think it needs to be on the table. Okay.
Not on the TV industry.
Oh, yeah, get on.
This discussion, regionally significant infrastructure, just going back to that, and past it. Most of the network utility operators support the definition, and 4 or 5 of them seek some amendments, and Forest and Bird seek some refinement also. But my question is, what purpose does that term and definition actually serve? Because going through to the strategic objectives, so the assets and infrastructure, the term isn't used, and as far as I can see, in any of the objectives, it's mentioned in the introduction as content. It's a cross reference back to the RPS and regional plan definitions, which in themselves were heavily contested. What utility does that term actually provide in the district plan?
So,
excuse the pun.
So within the infrastructure of the district plan, it's used within SCA of regionally significant infrastructure is provided for in appropriate locations. So it is awkward that it is addressed in this stream, but I consider that given it's in a strategic direction, I need to consider some way how others have said about it. And my recommendation has been it's still being contested, and let's buy us some time when we get to the later hearing. So with some certainty how it's shaken down within that process. Let's turn our minds to it.
Okay. Thanks for drawing my attention to 04. I missed that. I'll revisit that issue when we come to that set of.
Having Debbie wants to go back, you can actually go on forward.
I'm a bit lost now.
In terms of multi-unit housing.
Sorry.
5.18.2. Did I read in your rebuttal supplementary statement that you changed your mind on that?
Yes, the submitter pointed out, in the interest of clarity, I'd made similar recommendations, which again will be hopefully resolved through this nesting table recommendation, that retirement villages have been excluded from other definitions, and now change mode makes sense to exclude them for clarity. I have said in my supplementary evidence that there is agreement between myself and the expert for Ruane and the Retirement Village Association that intents and purposes they are a residential services which support people who live there. Also in agreement that they should not be, depending on the zone and the receiving environment, always a permitted activity. We're aligned on that as well. It is appropriate that depending on the zone, the plan sets up a different and bespoke framework for consent.
facilities.
Right, I'm up to reverse sensitivity. Speaking before reverse sensitivity. Two.
Sorry, it's up under, sorry, Karen, it's up to the new definition.
Noted on my copy. Grading, I think dealt with that in rebuttal too.
I have, yes. And that's in my rebuttal, I had identified that even upgrading of structure and network utilities, that be a permitted activity, is subject to standards around you know, size or the type of upgrade. So typically when these upgrades occur, the infrastructure, it might be smaller as energy increases and it has less of an impact. But in some cases, if that upgrade results in a bigger piece of utility, then it would be necessary to set standards around that to manage its visual amenity aspects, its effects on heritage value, should that be on it. So it's never a permitted activity carte blanche, as I understand it, and it will be subject to standards.
Should the definition of reverse sensitivity say permitted upgrading? Because it's one thing to say that the upgrading is not carte blanche. If you have a policy saying thou shalt not have reverse sensitivity effects on significant infrastructure, for instance, and the definition says that includes all upgrading irrespective of quantum.
It might cause issues because that upgrading could also have followed a consenting path, and then it be.
But once it's consented, it's part of the operation. It's we could, like, the concern. Like, certainly, I reacted to that completely open-ended reference to upgrading in relation to reverse sensitivity. The concern is that that will be used as a platform to oppose, for instance, intensification in the vicinity of possible upgrades to the state highway network to use, and which could be small upgrades, or they could be double adding an extra lane, could be anything. But if the policies are open-ended about the extent of the upgrade, now the national grid's in a separate category because the NPSET specifically recognises upgrades of the national grid, but everything else is not. So the question is, does the definition of reverse sensitivity need to be qualified?
I think if you were to do that for upgrading, you would also then need to state permitted and consented development, permitted and consented upgrading.
This is a ways and means issue, but let's talk about principle. Do you consider that there needs to be some qualification of the extent to which upgrades are recognised in reverse sensitivity policies and objectives that this definition would pull in?
I would need some more time to
Yeah,
consider that.
like happy for you to think about it, just and to revert. But that is the concern that was in my mind. Didn't it?
This issue arose during the PNRP process as well. I'm fairly sure, and I'll need to double check it, that they actually defined what upgrading was. They had a separate. There was a maintenance repair definition, and then there was an upgrading definition as well. I need to check my facts on that. Because one of those things was, when does an upgrade, is it minor, is it within the context of what RSI needs to do, or is it something more significant? So that sets some limitations on what upgrading was for the purposes of where not only reduced sensitivity, but also the enabling policies in relation to RSI.
So there is a definition confirming now, and the reason I haven't addressed the definition of upgrading is because it is being dealt with within the infrastructure stream. Is that as it applies to infrastructure, means the improvement or increase in the carrying capacity, operational efficiency, security and safety of existing infrastructure, excluding maintenance, repair and renewal.
So if you were to, does that include adding an extra lane on State Highway 1 through Thornton? Sounds like it does. It's not qualifying the extent of the effects by the sound of it, but let's just say, leave it with you as something for you to ponder. Mr. Dace has given you a suggestion of where you might make some ideas, and we'll hear from you in reply. Yes.
Mr. McCutcheon, I think if you're doing that, I think you also need to have a look at the word development as well. And my recollection of PNP is that there may well have been some metrics associated with that definition, rather than more than descriptive, but it is a long time ago.
Really sure just that the rules actually define percentage. If you've got a pipe, you can increase it by 30% of the sectional area, so that they were embedded in the rule, and that's where it linked back to the difference in year, which is basically fixing up what doing some sort of relatively minor but acceptable capacity upgrade. That's my recollection.
And if I could just add to that, one of the more topical types of upgrades being proposed these days is repowering of wind farms. Whether it fits neatly within the definition of upgrade, I'm not certain, but essentially involves reducing the number of turbines but increasing their height, so that the output is greater through less input, if you like. So people just want to think about how repowering into that, if at all.
I'm up to 6 new definitions.
Can I have some questions
Yes,
in
certainly.
general? The heritage professionals, the Wellington heritage professionals have actually submitted that they would like to see some changes to the archaeological sites, maintenance and repair, and the third one. That has not come up in your section 42 report at all.
They'll be addressed within stream 3, given they're relevant to maintenance, repair of heritage buildings and archaeological sites. The focus of definitions in this 42A is those which have plan-wide effect, so they're used in multiple different chapters, or have an important role in establishing a term for the entire plan.
As I understood their submission, particularly with regards to archaeological sites, I saw that as a plain white element, not confined to
What I will say is the matter in the submission will be considered in stream 3, and I haven't addressed it here. I have my view on that.
Yep.
But, yeah.
On the new definitions, or you keep going through them.
So we're up to new definitions. Well, my first one's on RV car.
Okay, well, I can think that.
Same question. When is it going to see the light of day? When is submitters going to be able?
I think it's inappropriate that I be the one that draft it.
I'm not saying you should, but we have a process issue as to if other parties have an interest in it, you, at the moment, you're saying should be able to develop. Is this a wrap-up matter too?
I think it could be, or it could be in the same plan change for Papakainga. I think it's probably appropriate that it be wrap up. It's a part. It's not related to intensification, therefore it's tracking the final wrap up for the.
That's fine, as long as submitters get a fair crack.
Yeah.
And see what you're actually proposing. Black, you have a new qualifying matter?
Yeah, it was qualifying matters. It's a bit, the discussion you have is that this term becomes redundant, isn't it? What's the plan is, so why do you put a definition in? Would it be better as an explanatory note somewhere near the beginning of the plan?
So the term qualifying matter, as we discussed at length yesterday, is of some transitional importance as we work our way through identifying provisions that are part of the ISPP and those that aren't. Once decisions are made, that we'd be given our discussion yesterday, the importance of being a qualifying matter, in my view, largely falls away. The plan provisions are as they are at that time. We manage character values at the moment without them being identified as qualifying matter. Those provisions supersede the residential ones and limit building height and density right now without being identified as a qualifying matter. Why I have recommended a definition of qualifying matter is in response to submitters that they want at least some transitional certainty. What are the qualifying matters in this plan? And I have recommended that we adopt the meaning in section 2 and refer of the RMA and refer to in 77I or O, which is the same approach that the Porirua City Council has used in their notified IPI. That pulls through the broad range of matters that are set out in the Act. In some way, this will help address submissions from Transpower and the like that say, hey, our thing is a qualifying matter. The National Grid is a qualifying matter, but you haven't put it through the fast track process. And I've discussed it at length. Yep, it hasn't gone through the fast track process. Those provisions do have the effect of limiting density. But there's nothing that we can do about it right now. So having some recognition of the National Grid, at least in a definition, get us through the next phase.
But it is just a timing issue. It's a transitory issue.
Yes.
The term isn't used in the district plan at all. I did a search on it. It's not used at all. So it's going to. Where does the definition? Nowhere else do you need that definition. To me, it would be better as an explanatory note somewhere in the plan about how it was developed, or wherever that might be appropriate. Just think definition is redundant because it's not used in it.
It is relevant, as Transpower correctly point out in the assessment of a couple of policies of the MDRS and the MPSUD, where it talks about qualifying matters, and in assessing a resource consent, you will naturally have to look at those at that part of the Act and that policy statement. But I agree, it could be as part of an explanatory note. I'm not wedded to it. I'm responding to the certainty that companies have asked for.
Just when I do a search on it, does it?
It is used in the introduction to the residential zones, but that's largely the extent of it. The council has put quite a focus on assisting members of the community in this messy transitional period where MDRS have legal effect, but not in some areas, because of qualifying matters, by way of our website and some guidance material, and offering meet with people through pre-application meetings and through phone. That's been our approach to date.
Picking up on the Commissioner's point, if the objective is to assist with readability, it would be of more assistance if it was in a how the plan works section than buried in the definitions.
It just doesn't come up when I I'll do a search for the word.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Just have you tried just qualifying?
Something would matter.
Yeah. Confused by spacing.
Oh, yeah. Twice.
From the policy that's required by the NDRS.
Just on the search and I'll have to.
You must have to go and find not in the
Yeah.
plan generally.
Let's hold it. I think Mr. Patchen's response is he's not opposed. He's going to think about it.
Yeah.
So we'll
Yeah.
get a considered view back.
Just follow up on that. Just the explanation in paragraph 719. I think I got my head around that, but I would say for any lay reader trying to read that and understand the difference between a direct impact on development capacity with a tangible impact restricting development. It's slightly difficult to get your head around. I think I know where you're getting at in terms of that, but in terms of explaining it in the district plan, maybe there's a user friendly.
I will consider that, and I also appreciated the comment. I think it was Council for a while made yesterday about the legislation being a brain bleed, and how to interpret it. And I think that's given rise to a lot of this uncertainty.
Yeah. I don't think there's much argument that this isn't a user-friendly piece of legislation.
Yeah.
On section 6. I don't think we need to worry about global support. Next to the table for worked out.
A quick question about the definition for yard. Is that rolled over?
Different from, but it's largely the same. Different way of achieving the same. Trying to be a bit more user friendly. Given that the operative plan one includes exclusions like eaves, that's the way it would.
Glossary. National policy statements. National environmental standards. Untitled Chapter. I have a question before I hand over to colleagues. Paragraph 776, stating what the council recognises, but not telling us your opinion of the merits or otherwise of the submission. Back to a comment I made to Mr. Wharton, with respect to your elected members. I'm interested in your opinion, not what the council organisation or a political organisation thinks.
Thank you for identifying that. Basic mistake to make, but my opinion is that treaty settlement legislation being settled is the way in which status described. I recognise that as the Te Kahui Mango website. There's the rohe of Maupoko does extend throughout Wellington region, including down to Wellington. But I again is
No, I've got no further questions.
Are the council only obliged to recognise iwi treaty settlement?
in terms of consultation in relationship with treaty settlement, it's through authorities. That way, the council has consulted with settled mana whenua, Taranaki whānui and Ngāti Toa. To the side of that, council through its Pukepuke auto strategy it's not an RMA document, it's an LGA strategy, is looking at how it can work with iwi groups that, including those that aren't settled and the council doesn't recognise as mana whenua. So there's an avenue there for engaging with those groups, finding out how they work together. Into the RMA process, it's my understanding that it's the mana that the council has identified.
Also cognizant of section 6, which talks about relationship of but have you been your mind?
In my mind to it insofar as the sites and areas of significance that have been managed, that are managed as its genesis in the those mana whenua group this process. And
To say that they
I confirm that Maupoko have not been directly approached in this process. Questions of the way.
Yeah. Section 6E, recognise and provide for the relationship of power. Is your professional view that Maupoko don't have a relationship with the Wellington area that needs to be recognised?
My view is that it's recognised on the website I mentioned before that they have historical rohe in connection with the area, but for the purpose of preparing this district plan under the RMA, whānui, the mana whenua groups who consulted and involved.
Can you just let me follow that with that? It's not quite answering the question. We have to recognise and provide for the relationship. I'm asking, is your evidence, your professional opinion, that Maupoko don't have a relationship that we need to recognise?
My opinion is that they have a stated interest, but that has not been ratified through treaty settlement legislation.
Goes back to the question point. That's my understanding of RMA jurisprudence is that it's never depended on treaty settlement. It's always looked at the underlying relationship because, of course, in 1991, I'm sure if Ngāi settled, but no one else had.
I wonder if involved in this is actually a rather complicated legal question.
Well, I think that it is a legal issue, but it's also a fact, it's a legal issue and it's also a factual issue. I'm happy for if the response is that the principle applies subject to further questions Commissioner Faulkner has, but I think that's saying they haven't got a treaty settlement, therefore we don't need to worry, doesn't cut it.
I wasn't suggesting there isn't a factual issue as well, but I think there's also
Yes.
a legal question.
Yes.
And there's a recent decision out of the High Court in Auckland about the way in which different iwi authorities, recognised or not, interrelate and how the court can apply tikanga, which is obviously also had a recent Supreme Court decision about. I haven't had a chance to consider how those decisions might impact on this issue. And so I wonder if it's better, subject of course to any further questions from Commissioner Faulkner, for us to park that and come back and reply both with a response on the facts and a response.
Okay, but let's just ask Commissioner Faulkner, you had a question that was in your mind. I'll put it on the table and we'll see.
Yeah.
This bit.
So earlier I didn't have any. I've certainly got many questions for Mo Poko Ngāti Toa and Taranaki Whānui. Reading the 42A, I didn't have any questions of you, particularly Mr. McCutcheon, but can I offer the following? With regards to a tangata whenua chapter, which is what we're talking about here. When we say tangata whenua chapter, what I understand you are saying is when we talk about a tangata whenua chapter within the plan, you see Ngāti Toa and Taranaki Whānui as being relevant parties to a tangata whenua chapter because of the status that they have through treaty settlements, amongst other things. That is not to say, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, that is not to say that there are not other Māori groups within Wellington who have an interest in the matters that have been identified earlier. But in your opinion, they do not fit, for want of a better term, the tangata whenua description because of the reasons you've identified in the plan. Am I on the money there, or am I way off?
I think that is a correct paraphrasing of the process to date, notwithstanding the new case that
Yes.
Wellington is referred to and the chair is referred to. That would be a correct paraphrase of the process to date.
So what you consider being appropriate in a tangata whenua chapter are those views that have been shared with you by the recognised tangata whenua of Wellington City.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
I think what we're asking council to consider and reply on both on a legal and a factual basis is whether it should change its view, particularly given that we are going to hear from Pogo, and that I imagine they're going to say quite a lot. At the time, I think that's all. That's the only question that's raised on the chapter. We're up to strategic objectives. We're also up to 10:30. I think we're going to have to stop the session and find another slot to continue our discussion of. At the moment, theory is we're going to finish Johnsonville Community Association at 4:40 this afternoon. That should come to pass. I must admit that I'm not overly confident that we will try to resume our discussion after that and at least knock over a few of the strategic objectives before we break tonight. Take stock when the JCA case is finished. So we'll adjourn to adjourn our hearing of the council case on basis that the balance of the council case will need to be interposed around after between the submitters.
What time will you back down? What was the time?
10 to 11, given that that clock is slow.
Yep.
I didn't look. I didn't break now and come back. That's just
10 to 11.
10 to no.
Well, the submitters have been advised that they turn to
So please proceed. You can feel free to sit if you prefer to stand.
I prefer to stand and.
Hey, we're flexible. Whatever makes you feel more comfortable.
Tēnā koutou, greetings. I'm Paul Rutherford, and this is a fairly brief personal submission as a Wellington resident. Loves the city and would like to continue living in it and contributing to it. My written submission was clearly in support of and essentially very similar to the Live Wellington submission, which resonated me. I would just like to apologise here for the lack of editing in my original submission, which was a bit rushed. But everything in the Live Well submission just resonated with where I was coming from and my observations of what's happening in the city. So to recap, the district plan needs to include strategic objectives that reflect the positive contributions that heritage, character, and the ability to read stories in the urban landscape to overall well-being. And just by way of example, I walk along Oriental Parade on a daily basis, living in the area, and observe some fairly common behaviours in other pedestrians. Pretty typically, I see people looking up at the really interesting variety of buildings, houses, and structures up on the hillside along the parade, and lots of people are commenting in some way, whether they like them, would like to live there, hate them, whatever, but really they're weaving, the way I see it, I am observing this often, they're weaving their own stories into the urban landscape. And I think that's really important, and I believe that contributes to our engagement with the city and our well-being as either residents or visitors, which presumably we want to encourage. Now, to follow on, the district plan needs to set out a clear sequence for intensification rather than upzoning broad areas of land, in particular focusing first on underutilised land. There does seem to be a lot of scope for intensification and underutilised areas on the CBD fringes and along the spine of the city. The car yards along Cambridge and Kent Terraces is an obvious example. Currently working at Wellington College and walking along there every day, and it's just crying out for the kind of development that I think intensification is aimed at. The district plan needs to set out a clear sequence for intensification rather than upzoning broad areas of land. Sorry, I've just covered that. As we all know, Wellington is unique in its geography and urban landscape, and unique, of course, means one-off. So I would submit that a one-size-fits-all intensification model that would result in fairly random high rises is inappropriate. We should be wary of creating long-lasting adverse effects, which leads to the specific issue in hearing stream 1 of the walkable catchment.
Obviously, that's 10 minutes as notified in the PDP, whereas the section 42A report recommends a walkable catchment of 15 minutes. I understand you've been hearing a lot about that already. This will capture some areas which are demonstrably inappropriate for developments of at least 6 stories. And an example near me is, or near where I live, is Hay Street in Oriental Bay. Now, I would recommend Hay Street for interval training, developing your quads, developing your calf muscles, but the idea that that's a 10 to 15 minute walkable catchment is simply not realistic. If you're not familiar with Hay Street and the Telford and the little streets that run off it, I suggest trying that for yourself. I do understand that other submitters will speak to this in more detail, and I'm grateful to support those submitters. I think particularly the submitter that's following me today. Walkable catchment is one simple tool to limit over upzoning where a least regrets process or approach to decision making seems appropriate. This approach has been applied recently on a national basis by the Reserve Bank in New Zealand for better or worse, for reasons that were valid given the uncertainties at the time. That's going back a couple of years to COVID. So the walkable catchment could be revisited later when there's more information and less uncertainty regarding the potential adverse effects of intensification on our city. Therefore, I would submit in conclusion that the walkable catchment should be kept at 10 minutes. And that's about it, and at the risk of repeating myself, so happy to clarify any of that if that's required.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. The first thing you can clarify is I read your submission this morning. I didn't take in, where do you actually live?
Oh, sorry, was that not?
It's on your submission.
Wilkinson Street in Oriental Bay.
So Wilkinson?
Wilkinson, that's Steep Street. Okay. And it's, yeah, Grass Street, Street as you drive up.
Gotcha. So I've walked down there.
That's a great way to keep it.
And the other question I have for you is that thing we were discussing extensively yesterday about walkable catchments is, well, how far will people actually walk? How many people will walk? So what's your view? We'll talk to the submitter following view about that. You instance Hay Street. How many people are walking down from Hay Street into the city?
I'm not actually sure. I would regard myself as a relatively fit and active person. And if I lived anywhere near the middle to upper areas in Hay Street, I would be thinking twice about home if I was working full day and going home, or certainly carrying shopping, carrying any kind of load. I would do it to, as I say, to keep fit, which I do, but as a resident, case of the aim of the 15-minute catchment, as I understand it, is these are valid areas for 6 stories or more. Most people will easily be able to walk to the city centre. I just don't think that's realistic.
And in terms of the grade and the lower parts of the street,
yeah.
How many? What's your observation? You talked about people walking.
It's very busy. Sorry.
How many of you have? I think a lot of people come to Oriental Bay to walk along Oriental Bay,
Yes.
but don't actually live there. How many other residents into town?
I think a lot of them do. I certainly do. As I say, because I'm part of my exercise program. What I would say, thanks for prompt, there is, I've been there long enough to live through the recent process of developing a cycleway in Oriental Bay, and the original version versus the final version, and it's been very obvious that the process of engaging with the Residents Association vastly improved the original cycleway, preserved a lot more of the car parks because it is it's not a private area, it's obviously a amenity for the whole city, and those of us that are lucky enough to live there really value that. And the point is that the process of engaging with the local people in that particular instance was a massive improvement in terms of the end result. And every time I walk past that, I can't help remembering what happened. I believe so heavily involved and others.
Thank you. I'll just ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Commissioner Stace? I don't. Mr. Birch? Mark?
Good morning, Mr. Rutherford.
Hello.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of things from me, and we're focusing on Herring Stream 1 today, and some of your matters will touch on Herring Stream 2, dealing with residential and character precincts. So forgive me if I don't ask you questions on that at this point. But there was a couple of things that you talked about, and you opened up by saying that the district plan needs to include some strategic objectives that reflect the positive contributions that heritage and character can make. And I wondered if you're aware that the urban form and development objectives touch on those matters. Urban form development 08 in particular talks about areas of identified special character are recognised, and new development within those areas is responsive to that context, and where possible enhances that character. Is that the sort of objective that you were expecting to see?
Yes, my understanding is that this Herring Stream is a chance to keep the overall strategic direction in mind when we get into the nitty-gritty of the detail of how it's going to be applied. And I'm trying to make the point that the overarching objective needs to be kept in mind.
Yes, that objective, and 107 talking about being respecting of the city's heritage, historic heritage, are in fact overarching objectives. And I guess my question to you is, are they appropriate in your view, those overarching objectives?
From what I've seen, I'm honestly, it's the first time I've submitted the account for anything. I'm not an expert in any way on town planning process. So I'm not sure I could comment specifically, except that what I've seen is the character areas, the pressure on the character areas seems to be increasing, and they've been decreased in the last few years as a result of pressure from groups of people who feel that the issue limiting housing is heritage and character buildings.
Okay.
So, yeah. And I guess, again, just repeating what's in the Wellington submission is that the idea is to build build additional buildings rather than tearing down some of the beautiful ones that we already have in place that really add to the amenity value.
Okay, well, just to round that off, all I can say to you is that when we as a panel consider the objectives and policies and rules and standards in the different zones and the different wide rules, we'll have to consider them in relation to those strategic objectives that I've just outlined to you. So they will be the sort of the litmus test, if you like, in terms of deciding whether the rules are appropriate or not.
I'm glad to hear that. I hope that was the case.
One other question. It relates to intensification, and you've talked about the need for a clear sequence and avoiding a one size fits all. My question to you is, how can I phrase this? Is it your understanding that that the additional heights that have been proposed as part of intensification are not, with the exception of a couple of areas, are not mandatory, that they are largely enabling, so they don't force developers to build to that height, they enable developers to do that should there be demand? Was that an understanding in you formulating your submission?
Yes, I understand that. I guess it's the areas where that has been enabled and how we define.
Okay, the spatial extent of those areas.
Spatial extent of those.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Of course, the exception to that comment I just made is where the council have nominated some minimum heights to avoid low rise occurring, and you're probably aware of where that's occurred in the past. I think the Paddington example was used with the car sales sites that you mentioned.
Car sales sites. Well, I walk past those. I think these could be anywhere. These could be anywhere else.
Okay.
They need to be here. That's a great
That's the exception to the enabling approach. There's a mandatory minimum height there, but that doesn't prevail in other areas.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's useful. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Yes, so just to clarify, so you're not opposed to the use of walkable catchments per se. It's just what they capture, basically. And you're saying that once you've established that, then you have to take another means and look at other issues or other perspectives to refine that our extent is.
Well, I think in Wellington we have to get more granular. The council has a huge amount of information on a section by section basis of the city area. It's been whatever it is of the development, and so it's possible to do that and take a more granular approach, and not an approach that you take for a different kind of location where equally develop in all directions. Certainly not the case in Wellington.
We had a discussion yesterday around what walkable means, and you're a good example of how walkable some of those steep streets are in Oriental Bay. So your question is not around what is walkable, your question is around what's more feasible in terms of topography.
Well, my question is, or my comment is, what is walkable for an average person, given that the walkable catchment, as I understand it, is something that's evolved quite recently as a way of applying this intensification model. And so the detail of how we apply it really surely is up to us, and that we should, Wellington, very granular about that, rather than looking on a map saying, yes, that's within X kilometres from this place and therefore it's walkable. That's just not the case.
Thank you.
Mr. Lutz? No. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rutherford. We appreciate you coming to talk to us, and I say for a maiden voyage, you did well.
I can live with that. Thanks very much.
Yep, and I see that the next team have arrived. Yes, well. I'll talk to him about that. Okay.
See those.
Actually, this is something I'm familiar with. Yeah, I usually walk down.
These guys are not expecting to be on to 11:04.
Such as, just on this here. Share on this. Is this going to be the PowerPoint? Yeah.
Just use it.
You asked not for me.
Mr. Gordon, I see you're here in support. You want to introduce the team, and then we can discuss the fact that I don't have a set of legal systems and legal submissions from you.
Yes.
What I do have is pre-circulated notes from Ms. Stace, summary and presentation. We have a reasonable amount of time to devote to you. More time than you might have been expecting since we've had somebody drop out. So how do you wish to play this? But the first thing is better know who you all are. Mr. Thompson, I know.
Kia tātou.
I go to make a declaration that Mr. Thompson and I were former business partners, but that was 30 years ago.
Firm's done extremely well since then. Good morning, kia tātou. It's a privilege to be appearing before so many of New Zealand's leading RMA mines, and I don't include myself in that. It's good to know that our plan is being treated with such care and thoroughness. On my right, I appear for the Pukepuke Pari Incorporated Society. Pukepuke Pari means steep street, I'm told. And of course, to be incorporated, you need a minimum of 15 members. On my right is Ms. Stace, and on my left is Mr. Hayward, and on his left is Mr. Thompson. Other member, Ms. Wong, is in the seats. Yes. Now, in terms of written submissions, I need to apologise in advance and grovel appropriately because I have prepared some written submissions. They've been
emailed to Mr. Mackenzie, and so they can be with you. They're very brief, but I'm sorry you haven't had them in advance. It was largely through my neglect and other commitments.
I think we need more grovelling, Mr. Gordon.
Right. Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, we can take the 6 pages and divide them by 3 so that there's 2 pages each.
Good theory. I think that we just need a copy in front of us. That would help.
I've got 10 of them.
That would be a good start.
Let's do this properly. Do you distribute those, please? I was unable to be here yesterday, but I've had seen some notes from yesterday's session, and obviously you've been already digging into questions of walkability and willingness, and whether it's a human thing or something that can be based on a model and the subject of averages, and so I want to speak to that. If I may, and I'll just take you through these submissions and then hand you over to Mr. Hayward and Ms. Stace. So as I've said, these submissions are on behalf of the Society. They're intended to assist you with the matters raised by the submitter and give those issues appropriate legal context. The NPS and MFE guidelines, together with the Section 42A report and Section 32 and 32AA assessments, collectively amount to a very significant body of work, and it seems likely that those grappling with that material will miss some of the nuances. And I really include myself in that because in the time available, I've struggled to get up to speed. Added to that complexity is the council decision to extend the walkable catchment from 10 minutes from the central area zone to 15 minutes, which has resulted in catchment mapping to include most of Hay Street and its private access leg known as the Hay Street extension. And as I've said, the submitter is an incorporated group of Hay Street residents with a range of concerns for the implementation of the NPS. And those issues range from health and safety to access and ultimately to the components that go to make up a well-functioning urban environment. Theirs is not a focus on the preservation of private amenity. On legal matters, I'll be mercifully brief and hopefully clear. At the core of the submitter's proposition that implementation of the NPS is not a rigid or binary process, but one with considerable scope for the application of discretion over a range of options. Section 32(1) of the Act calls for the identification of other reasonably practicable options for achieving the objectives, and it is this first principle in the journey to settling on the most appropriate provisions that is at risk of being overlooked in relation to the council's preferred extension of the catchment. The task of considering other reasonably practicable options is discussed by the Environment Court in Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society and Whakatane District Council from paragraph 5, and I've included there a quotation from paragraph 51 where the court observed, practicable has been held to mean possible to be accomplished with known means or resource, and synonymous with feasible, being more than merely a possibility and including consideration of the context of the proceeding, the costs involved, and other matters of practical convenience. Conversely, not reasonably practicable should not be equated with virtually impossible, as the obligation to do something which is reasonably practicable is not absolute, but is an objective test which must be considered in relation to the purpose of the requirement and the problems involved in complying with it, such that a weighing exercise is involved with the weight of the considerations varying according to the circumstances. Where human safety is involved, factors impinging on that must be given appropriate weight. And while that discussion was derived from the application of other acts, the Environment Court was looking at other legislation to get a steer on what reasonably practicable meant. The court concluded that the approach was analogous to the approach which may be taken to protecting or otherwise dealing with adverse effects on the environment under the RMA. And I submit the same approach can be adopted to what is and what is not walkable. It is an objective test as to the willingness of people, in this case residents, to walk. However, in assessing the factors that go to willingness, some element of subjectivity sensibly comes into play. If the purpose of the exercise is to change people's behaviours to voluntarily achieve modal shift, the focus will need to be on the circumstances that people will be confronted with, and those circumstances will need to be weighed up as described by the court in Forest and Bird. To ignore those circumstances in favour of a theoretical modelling exercise might be to evoke a yeah-nah response rather than behavioural change, which is the last thing any of us need. I now want to refer to the Ministry for the Environment guideline, which I've struggled through. The guideline provides a useful explanation of the intended approach to Policy 3C. It speaks to there being options and a discretion as to the implementation of options. It records that a purpose is to achieve a modal shift to active transport, predominantly walking and cycling, and how increased residential density with less or no private vehicle facilities will encourage that modal shift. The guideline acknowledges that the distance to amenities will figure in people's willingness to walk, and that hills which take longer and more effort to negotiate can be an obstacle to walking. And I've included a quote there from 5.5, I think, and I won't read that other than to say that the author notes that hills take longer to walk up and can be an obstacle to walking. And I just want to note that a couple of places in the guideline itself where the author acknowledges, for example, it's on page 24 at 5.5.3, under the heading different locations will have different sized walkable catchments. The initial sentence says, not all places are equal, and different locations with different characteristics may often have different sized walkable catchments. And the point of referring to that is that this document, right from the get-go, talks about a range of options to suit a range of characteristics. And we're submitting that the characteristics of Hay Street deserve some careful attention, and they're not the same as the characteristics, say, of Oriental Parade, as logical as that may seem. The same page also lists various factors to determine an appropriate threshold, and you may well have read this, that for larger Tier 2 and all Tier 1 local authorities, we suggest that this threshold is extended further to account for local factors that include, beg your pardon, that's the wrong, yes it is, it's the correct one. And one of the bullet points is to topography, how hilly or steep an area is will affect how easy or difficult it is for people to walk within a period of time. And I know some slope factors have been built into this timing, but I don't think they've really had very much regard for the steepness of Hill Street. Also included in that list is mobility needs. The author asks the question, is the street layout and accessible design suitable for those with mobility needs, specifically those using wheelchairs or with pushchairs, those using walking aids and other groups who may not be physically able to walk as far or as fast?
Mr. Gordon, is that all at 5.6.5.5 of that document?
Yeah, 553, page 24. And then And then I go to, if I may go to my paragraph 12, where I've got another excerpt from 5.5. And I say that the process of electing to walk or cycle is subjective and depends on a range of factors. And that couldn't be clearer from the guideline. And the quotation there is, and I'll read it, while the 800-metre catchment may be a good starting point, the draw of certain amenities will influence how far people are willing to walk to access them and is likely to influence the size of a walkable catchment. And I've emphasised the word willing, and as you discussed yesterday, apparently willingness, the human willingness is very much a factor in this. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And I say from paragraph 13, willingness infers that there will be a range of responses to a range of factors, including steepness, safety and climatic conditions. The range of responses suggests that there will reasonably be a number of practicable options to consider in order to land on the most appropriate. About Hay Street, and you will hear from others who know more about Hay Street than I, before Oriental Bay was developed, I understand that Hay Street was an ephemeral stream and that the watercourse still exists but is now piped beneath the carriageway. Hay Street is said to be at the outer limit of a 10-minute walk from the central area zone. An additional 5 minutes pitches walkers up an incline of 1 and 4.7, reported as the city's 13th steepest street. And that reference is a link to a Stuff NZ Dominion Post article about Wellington's steep streets. It identifies the steepest 20 streets, and Hay Street comes in at number 13.
And what's number 1? Just as a matter of interest.
Can't remember. So is it Devon?
Well, for that diversion, we'll look it up ourselves. Thank you.
They're the streets that Commissioner Dace and I avoid. Now, one of the members of the submitter suggests that Google Earth indicates that the entrance to Hay Street is actually 13 minutes from Schaefer's New World supermarket, which is on the edge of the central area. And I just give you that because there is some doubt in the minds of the submitter as to how the distances are calculated and how accurate they are. I'm not sure that the submitter accepts the council officer's calculations, but in my mind that is partly academic anyway, given that the majority of Wellington's central area employment is likely to be north of Cuba Street in the CBD, which is potentially another 8 to 10 minutes walk anyway. So if you're walking home to Hay Street after a hard day's work down in the public sector, you may have walked for 25 minutes before you get to Hay Street, and then you're confronted by a slope that's equivalent to about a 13-storey building if you want to go to the top of it. And I don't know when the last time you walked up 13 flights of stairs was, but if I can avoid it, yeah. If I can avoid it, I will. Prefer other forms of exercise. But even 4 or 5 floors, you know, human nature is such that if there is an alternative, we may take it unless we've committed ourselves to that form of exercise. The people, referring now to paragraph 17, the people who regularly walk up and down Hay Street are well equipped to provide reliable evidence as to that experience and their willingness to repeat it. And they will say, and this is just a summary, the single footpath is narrow, so there's only a footpath on one side. It's narrow and partly obstructed by power poles, bins and dwellings that open right onto the footpath. And for this reason, some pedestrians prefer the carriageway to the footpath. The street becomes less walkable as a journey from the city progresses, which was my earlier point, Getting to the top of the council planner's proposed boundary on Hay Street involves a vertical rise equivalent to around 13 flights of stairs. Even anticipation of a climb equivalent to walking up 5 or 6 sets of stairs after a 10-minute walk is a disincentive. The private access way known as the Hay Street extension is not designed to operate as a footpath or as a driveway to be shared between vehicles and pedestrians. Cycling or wheeling a bike on Hay Street is hazardous. Descending Hay Street in the wet can be hazardous, and stormwater frequently flows down the footpath. Exposure to wind and wind-blown sea along Oriental Bay can be a tangible disincentive to walking. The evidence suggests that willingness to overcome obstacles and disincentives currently plays a real part in decisions to walk to and from the less accessible parts of Hay Street. It also suggests that there will be other reasonably practicable options to including the lower part of Hay Street in a walkable catchment that have yet to be considered. And for all of the reasons set out at paragraph 17 that I've just listed, the submitter has submitted in support of a 10-minute catchment. However, if the walkable catchment is to be based on 15 minutes as a starting point, the lower reaches of Hay Street could well be within that catchment. It is accepted that the disincentive to walk to and from those lower slopes is considerably less than from the more elevated parts of Hay Street. That's really just a matter of common sense. And with that in mind, the submitter suggests that a logical location for the transition from walkable to non-walkable is an elevation equivalent to 3 flights of stairs, 9 metres vertical from the level of Oriental Parade, and that's estimated to be a line across Hay Street at the approximate location of the upper boundaries of number 5 on the left-hand side and number 6 on the right. Such an option is an other reasonably practicable option that warrants careful consideration based on the evidence you will hear. The question to be asked is, what is the real world walkable catchment that will reasonably contribute to a positive modal shift and not just a line on a map? Bearing in mind the objective to achieve a well-functioning urban environment, the impacts of 6th-floor apartment buildings on Wellington's steepest streets will need to be considered. How delivery and servicing vehicles might operate safely in such constrained environments are most likely qualifying matters, but may also go to the health and safety of pedestrians. And in conclusion, if having considered the evidence you conclude that the majority of Hay Street is in the margins of walkability, you might well ask yourselves whether, in light of climate change evidence and recent events, sustainable management will be achieved by provisions which enable the intensification of residential development on steep city slopes with access that could be challenging for a high percentage of occupants. As identified by the guideline, modal shift requires willingness, and willingness depends on real rather than theoretical or modelled circumstances. An objective assessment of those actual real-world circumstances is called for. Allowing this submitter's submission will give meaning to the Section 32 requirements to consider options, examine efficiency, identify the most appropriate outcome, and promote the purpose of the Act. Those are my submissions. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them now, or ask one of the...
I do have some questions, Mr. Gordon. Really stemming from your reliance on the MFE guideline, I have in mind the somewhat ringing tones of Judge Dwyer's court considering another form of MFE guidance relating to the definition of a natural wetland in Whiteman's Valley, where the court, I think the words that I recall, had extreme difficulty with the legal proposition that publications of the executive after a statutory document might be used to influence its interpretation and application. I have in mind also an even more pointed comment from Judge Smith's court about the same piece of MFE guidance in the context of the Northland Regional Plan that was effectively telling MFE where they could stick their guidance. I asked Mr. Whittington yesterday what weight we could put on the guidance, and his answer was as much weight as your question implies. But for all that, like you, the council staff did place some reliance on the MFE guidelines. So I wanted to put the same question to you and convince me why we should take and have any regard to what the representatives of the Secretary for the Environment have to say about a statutory document that was written after its publication.
I should have anticipated such an incisive question.
A long and tortured question, actually, but
I know exactly what you're saying. And look, non-statutory, not binding, intended to be helpful for all users of the National Policy Statement. Whether it is or not is up to you. I suggest that decisions by panels like yours will be more effective ultimately than the guidelines. But I think we're in a vacuum, and presently this is pretty much all we've got. I could be wrong on that, but I'm unaware of any other decisions on walkability.
And I put the same question, same point. You've emphasised about where the weight of employment to the council witnesses yesterday, and they said, well, there's a lot more that draws people to walk to the central city than just employment.
Indeed.
And so of course, you're a lot closer to Courtenay Place than you are to Cuba Street. What's your response to that?
Twofold. Commuting to one's workplace from one's home typically involves 2 trips a day, 5 days a week, and much of that happens at the north end of the central area in the CBD, and that is an inescapable circumstance that needs your consideration, because it is a circumstance relevant to the operation of the city and the planning of the city. Amenities in Courtenay Place and elsewhere are closer. They're less likely to be visited 5 days a week unless they are places of employment. And if I can stray into anecdotal evidence, people walking to the supermarket and then getting a ride back is more typical of what might happen every second day or of that nature. But if we're trying to achieve a modal shift that confronts those people travelling to and from their workplaces, then we need to consider what happens twice a day, 5 days a week, or 4 days a week, depending on how many work from home days you get. Is that answering your question?
Yes, thank you. And I suppose the last question, maybe not for you, but I'll put it on the table for your clients to think about. For all residents in the area, how many people are actually walking at present from Hay Street into town, or and how many people are not?
You'll have to ask them that. I'm sure they can help you with that.
Well, they can think about it. That's why they put it on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll ask my colleagues. Go for it.
Mr. Gordon, I've just got a question of clarification in terms of the relief that the submitter is seeking. Can I just take you to 19 and 20? And my reading of 19 and 20 is one is the primary relief, 19 and 20 is sort of a secondary relief. Is that the way you meant to couch it?
Yes, and apologies if I didn't make that clear. It's a fallback.
That's right. So in terms of the primary relief, I mean, I'm clear on what the secondary relief is. If we go to 15 minutes, then the line should be drawn between 5 and 6 Hay Street. Is that what the intention?
Well, it's not so much if you go to 15 minutes. It's the reality that that's the threshold for people's willingness.
Yep, I understand that. In the primary relief, where's the line?
We're not entirely sure. We understand that the council officer thought it was at the entrance to Hay Street.
Yeah.
But we
I
think,
assumed that, but I wasn't sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Google Earth seemed to think that that's 13 minutes, but I'm not sure how fast Mr. Google walks relative to the council's model.
Okay.
You're saying the primary relief being 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we don't actually know where 10 minutes goes to. It's a bit tricky because there's very few exits off the parade, and the whole front row of the parade is subject to its own regime.
Yes.
So
Okay, but in terms of the primary relief, it doesn't embark up Hay Street, does it?
correct.
That's clearer. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Gordon? Mr. Dash?
Yeah, just one. 25 years ago, I used to work for Wellington City Council and on the first district plan. And I was involved in a certain case called Brook versus Wellington City, which looked at the height limits along Oriental Bay. I don't know whether you're familiar with it, particularly in front of Hay Street.
Decision of Judge Kenderdine ultimately.
Yes, that's right. And also in front of Grass Street, properties in front of there. The outcome of that, for those that aren't familiar, was that at that stage, and views were considered a part of amenity values from the properties in behind Oriental Bay. Now, in terms of Oriental Bay itself, I'm talking about wider Oriental Bay. You'd agree that it is an area of high amenity, high desirability, and so therefore, is there not an expectation in the council's planning framework that more people should be able to potentially enjoy that level of amenity based upon a rational distance from the town centre, city centre? For you, or the people who actually live in Hay Street might wish to comment, but
Well, if I go first on that, and they may wish to comment, Commissioner, there'll be a point where the desirability, if the desirability of Oriental Bay generally is based on amenity, there'll be a point where that amenity is so diminished by the kind of cheek by jowl apartment buildings that you're describing, that it will become less desirable than it presently is. I mean, there'll be just more views into the walls of other buildings, and so the capacity to expand it as a close, high density area for residential development in the city may be more limited than I think.
I don't know how you make that correlation.
Well, you started out. Your proposition was that it's an area of high amenity, and therefore more people should get to enjoy it. My proposition is that as it gets changed to provide residential accommodation for more people, it will lose some of that amenity. Am I missing the point?
Well, the point is that if you were a developer, and we've got no plans in front of us, we don't know what's actually going to be happening in the future. If you're looking at developing to a higher density along that area, you want to maximise the views as much as possible, because you get a higher value for a property which has got a view than those which don't have.
Yes.
That was just clearly the point that I was trying to make.
Right.
Was that regardless of you know, and I'll put the proposition to you and your clients as well, but regardless of the height limit, in any future development is going to be maximising the amenity values that exist at the moment in terms of the views it has, the northward aspect and the views that it has.
For my part, that's hard to argue with, but as a proposition, I'm not sure.
Okay,
I understand there's a question in there, but
perhaps it's a little bit unfair, and your clients may wish to comment when
they clearly do.
But the other thing is that the council needs to have a look at a defensible boundary in terms of what areas of the city are potentially available for higher density over and above what medium density residential provides. Obviously, this part of Ruane Parade, it's a city amenity as much as it is a local amenity for those that live there, and it is in reasonable proximity to the city centre, the edge of the city centre. So, where would the defensible boundary be?
Please, have we got answering that? To me, this relates back to the walkable capacity. That higher density is in a place where people will walk. You know, that's quite different from if the higher density is in an area where people enjoy the amenities of the city by catching an Uber or driving their own car. And, you know, the street is very narrow. And if the result of that intensification is a lot more road traffic on that very area. There's a sort of subtraction from amenity. And so I think that drawing a line around walkability is really critical.
And that's what we're here to do, because the notified position was it was going to be a 10-minute, and the council officers and various agencies like Waka Kotahi are suggesting around the city centre that the walkable catchment should be 15. And then that would bring this area that we're talking about here within the 15-minute catchment.
I think, as Ian mentioned, there is a sort of intermediary position which would expand beyond 10. It will be within the bounds of walkability. So it seems that might be the issue that you've got.
Well,
just say also that I think if you're focusing on the overarching principle of it's a nice place, it's a public amenity, people want to live there, give them access to it. I think you've got to balance that against so many other considerations. For example, safety. Is it safe to allow people to build in this area? Reasonable practicability. Are people actually going to walk into this area? All the other issues that arise from the particular characteristics of that area, rather than saying Oriental Bay in general is a nice place, allow upzoning in that area. Look at where the actual streets are. Look at the actual topography of those streets. Look at what you're actually expecting people to do. Is it sensible? Is it safe? Is it reasonably practicable?
And certainly the questioning that we had yesterday of the council with us in terms of walk distance was about practicality. And that's not only physical practicality, it's also psychological practicality as well, about whether there was people that have a willingness to do that. And certainly we haven't formed any views on any of that. We're just starting the hearing at the moment. That was some of the discussion yesterday.
I could make one other point. I think most of the users of Oriental Bay don't live there. They go and use the beach, they walk along the promenade itself, and I think their interests need to be weighed up with overall.
Thank you for that. I've got no further questions. Any further questions for Mr. Gordon before we hand over to
just one, Mr. Gordon, thank you for your summary. In your 21, you make the very useful comment at the end that what is the real world walkable catchment that will reasonably contribute to motorship, not just be a line on the map. Given the issues that you've raised in 17, sorry, you know, wind, narrowness, blah, blah, blah. how does the line at 10 or 15 contribute to a modal shift any differently? Given that the deterrents that you've identified in 17 as being wind and steepness and, you know, narrowness, etc., which are, as you identify, are things that deter people from walking. How do we get the modal shift that you speak about in 21 by moving the line from a 15 to a 10? Given those things exist, I mean, it's not going to make it less windy, it's not going to make it less narrow,
No.
it's not going to make it less rubbish. You know what I mean? So those things are going to be there regardless of where the line is. Is
Yes.
my point, right? So whether it's at 15, 10, 20, 6, whatever, those things exist. How do we get the modal shift that you rightfully point out in 21 by the line being in a different place? Because you rightfully point out it should be about encouraging modal shift rather than a line in a map. How does where the line? How does what you're proposing achieve the modal shift given those issues in 17?
Okay.
Well, it might be a question for the later on, I suppose, as well.
Yeah, I think others know the street better than I do.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think about your question a little more too, if I may.
You know, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because if it is about modal shift, how does moving the line from there to anywhere else?
It mightn't. The line mightn't have any. The location of the line mightn't have a great effect. It may well be that it's the willingness of people to engage with walking that is different in each case. And so bearing that in mind and the unusual circumstances of the street,
the issues identified in 17, which are deterrents to walking, apply whether the line is
they do
at the bottom, at the top, in the middle, 3 flights of stairs up, 9 meters up, and so if it is about modal shift, I'm struggling to understand where the line in a district plan would change whether I walk home or not if I live on A Street, given all of those things exist.
Well, could I reframe that a little bit? What if it doesn't change it? But what we're trying to decide is what area, what boundary will people walk in and what area won't they? So, when, you know, that's kind of in scope here, right? What boundary is practically walkable? Drawing a boundary won't change that, but that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to draw a boundary that represents.
No, but you are trying to do that because in that statement it says, how do we not make it a line on the map and create, hang on a minute, create modal shift? So if the line on the map is irrelevant, right, and it's about modal shift, right? Isn't that then mean?
Oh, I see what you mean.
So if modal shift is the desired outcome,
yes.
Does it really matter where the line on the map is?
Oh, I think the answer to that is modal shift is you intensify where people will walk, and then you have people living and walking. If you intensify outside the range that people will walk, you intensify and have vehicle transport. So the modal shift is to intensify where people will in practice.
I wonder if there's another perspective on this. Approaching it from a legal perspective, we are bound to give effect to the NPSUD. We might think that the requirements of the NPSUD require a certain suspension of disbelief, but we still get required to give effect to it. So the point being that while there is an interlink between walkability and modal shift, you can define the NPS requires definition of a zone of walkability. It requires enabling of upzoning within that area of walkability, whether the rezoning occurs, whether people live in the rezone, upzone property and walk, or take a car, or take a bike, or a helicopter, is in the lap of the gods. The NPS is proceeding on an assumption that A plus B equals C that may or may not be correct, but we're still required to give effect to it.
I could make a comment. I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is that the requirement to define a walkable catchment in relation to the edge of the city centre is in that statement.
Yes, it is.
But the definition of walkable catchment isn't. And so really that's your task to interpret that in this context. And our task is to just provide information that may be helpful for you in making that decision.
Well, on that basis, we better ask you to provide more information because we're chewing up hearing time, batting these ideas backwards and forwards.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We'll hand over to Mr. Hayward. Use this.
Presentation.
Yes, then if you could go forward to the next slide. I'm sorry, the next one. The definition of what's proposed by the council for 15 minutes is on the map there, and the definition of what they would consider 10 minutes is also on the map. It's quite hard to read, particularly at a distance. The 10-minute is a black line. The 15-minute is red, and it's like a little island around Oriental Bay, and there's a bigger island up in Kelburn and some other bits on the other end of the city. The points that Ian has made, we think should apply generally. We're not really suggesting anything be done especially for Oriental Bay. We think taking into account local characteristics, you know, if you're weighing up walkability, that applies everywhere. We'll comment on Oriental Bay because that's the area that we're most familiar with. So if you look at the next slide, it expands that island, which is the council's proposed based on a 15-minute walking time catchment around Oriental Bay. There's a black line running up more or less vertically, which is Hay Street itself. And then there's a sort of what looks like it's running downhill on an angle is what we'll refer to the Hay Street extension, and we can show that in more detail. It actually runs up the hill because it's quite hard to capture the topography on a two-dimensional map. If you could go forward, it's much easier to see visually in photographs. So the photo on the left is taken at the bottom of Hay Street, looking upwards. And you can see that there's a footpath on both sides up to a point, and then it becomes just one on the left. Where you get to about the end of what you can see on Hay Street, the next picture sort of picks up from there, and it sort of goes around that corner. And then the third picture is sort of, you know, from that point upwards. The branch off to the right is what we refer to as a Hay Street extension, and that's a private roadway owned by the residents there, and it goes over 100, between 100 and 150 meters off to the right and further uphill. So the council's proposed walkable catchment boundary goes up to about where that red car is, and it goes to the end of the Hay Street extension. And that's based on their calculation of how far you could get walking 15 minutes from the edge of the city. So I think if you were to weigh up other factors that relate to walkability, and there are some that push the walkable catchment boundaries out, and we've talked about amenities within the city, and some that pull the boundary in. Some of the ones that are relevant to pulling the boundary in for this side are clearly the steepness. So it goes up at a steep gradient, and it goes up and up and up and up. And the experience of walking there is it feels steeper as you go along. It isn't. It's just that you get more and more tired walking up the street.
Mr. Thompson, can I just interrupt?
No, Mr. Hayward.
Oh, Mr. Hayward, sorry, Mr. Hayward. Hayward, sorry, apologies. Is on the image on the left, is the upper boundaries of 5 and 6 Hay Street visible?
Yes,
You stand up and
Oh,
point to it.
yes,
It's
yes,
not there,
The
because you
pink
don't have a
building on the
pointer.
left is one. So it's
Sorry?
2 houses past that on the left.
Put the
The,
table this way if you like. We can.
So it's sort of up there.
That's 5 and 6 there.
yeah, so, well,
5 on the left.
6 is actually behind, but I think that's actually 2 and 4. Those two, the 2 villas that you can see that are 2-story. And behind them that you can't see is 6.
This one here is 8. So it includes
Which one is 8?
8.
8's up a drive, you can't.
Yes, but I'm pointing to the sign
Yeah.
that says 8.
Yeah.
So it's sort of below there. And you can see that the footpath is, it's got a footpath on both sides. And it's sort of above that point that it narrows up, and of course it keeps going.
So the footpath stops before 8, doesn't it?
Apologies for the name.
Oh, no trouble. Yes, please. So when we tried to calculate what the vertical rise is, we used a topographical map. And around the top of what the council has drawn as the walkable catchment boundary on a 50-minute time basis is about 47 meters. The start is about 7, so it's about a 40-meter vertical rise. And that is equivalent to the vertical rise of about 13 flights of stairs. The next one's about wind.
I don't think you need to press the point. We know Wellington's a windy place.
Yeah, that's right. And I just wanted to quantify that because otherwise we're dealing with anecdote. And just under 200 days a year in Wellington at gale force or higher compared with about 55 in Auckland. But the really interesting point I think is on the next slide, or the next 2, which is that it's not uniform in Wellington. So the wind zones, the council wind zones, which are relevant to building houses, what you might think of as the middle of the scale is described as high wind. And you could say that's what we're calibrated for in Wellington. That might be our norm. But if you flip the slide, there's a stretch with wind zone 6 that includes the walking route from Oriental Bay. And that's described as extra high. So it's just a point that we all know that those who live in Wellington, it's not uniformly windy, and it's particularly windy if you get a wind tunnel effect like around Pupapa. But also there's these differences. For example, if the wind comes in unobstructed along the sea, it comes in faster than if it's sort of slowed down by land or buildings. So I just wanted to make the point that, yes, Wellington's windy, but it's not uniformly windy. And as you're sort of weighing up walkability, it's a factor to take into account. The Hay Street extension, I think, is worth a little bit of specific focus because there's quite a safety element to it. So it's on that. I think it defines the outer limit of the 15-minute catchment because the longest walk is from the end of it. Andy, you have a house just about at the end of that, and Andy last night went and walked to the edge of the city and back to see how long it took him. And if you could comment on.
Yeah, we well, first of all looked at Google. Google said that from that point on the edge of the city centre through to our place was 17 minutes. My wife and I walked that identical route yesterday, there and back, and the average of 2 legs was 19 minutes 20 seconds. Now, I accept we're older brigade and Tory probably is quicker than we do, but that was a walk. It was neither hastened nor slow. and on the way back up Hay Street, when I stopped for a second to catch my breath, my wife said, "We're carrying on, we're doing this properly."
It's a hard taskmaster.
Really, the point I wanted to emphasize is that not only is it at the edge of wherever someone might draw a boundary on walking time, but it's also the steepest. You know, it's at the end of a very long walk. You could flip the page. You can see that it keeps going up and up. But the main point I'd like to emphasize is that from a health and safety point of view, it is narrow. It's one lane. And there really is no scope to put in a footpath. It's just not wide enough. And not only that, there's no turning at the end. So vehicles quite often will drive up and reverse back. And so that picture on the right is sort of representative of that. Here's a vehicle reversing backwards. And the pedestrians have no choice but to kind of squeeze off the side. And, you know, that includes young children. We have a daughter who's 11 years old, her friends come to visit and so on. So it's deemed on that council map as part of the walkable catchment. But, you know, I'd ask you to consider whether that's really an appropriate walkable catchment, given that it's a shared use, very narrow, turning area. And it, of course, it is right on the limit of what you would define by 50 minutes by time, and it's at the end of a very long walk. So that really, those were the kind of local knowledge points that I'd like to make. And once again, I emphasize this is an area we're familiar with, and you know, if we were from other parts that had similar issues, then we would be sharing those with you. We're thinking about weighing up walkability and taking into account factors. And in a sense, this is an illustration, but one that we're affected by. And
we understand you, where you're coming from, Mr. Hayward. We're going to be hearing from the representatives of the Johnsonville Community Association this afternoon, and I suspect they will be making a very similar point. That when I said we had walked 13 flights on Monday, they asked us to undertake a site visit, so we trotted up on the walkable catchment on the eastern side of the state highway, following the underpass. I posed the question: how many of the residents of Hay Street are actually what we know now that Mr. Thompson and his wife walk for recreation in and out? How many people are regularly walking, and those that don't walk, are they driving?
I wish we had.
I'm not expecting you to say a survey if you don't have it, yes, but can you give us some indication based on your local knowledge?
Yes, I would say that there are people who walk, and I am one of those. In fact, I have swum home from work a few times in Frankett's Park. I'm not suggesting we make it a swimmable catchment, but I'm on the hardy end of the spectrum, and I could do that walk in 15 minutes, but I'm faster than most.
How was the laptop when you got it? That's a laptop look.
But you know, if you take my
I drive.
She drives, and you might explain the context for that.
Yeah, so everybody on Hay Street pretty much has a car, so we tend to drive. If, you know, groceries, for example, I can walk to the supermarket, but then if I'm getting groceries, certainly I would be either taxiing, Ubering, or driving home. It's impossible to say how many people in total walk, but it's easy to walk down. It's not so easy to walk back. And walking every day to work is a regular thing. Well, I don't know anybody else that does apart from you.
But you have to drop a daughter off, and then you have to get to work, so there's a time issue, and then you've got all these heavy things that you'd have to carry up the hill.
Yeah.
And we have some neighbours who, for health reasons, can't walk and they drive. And all I know is that when I walk, I quite often get offered a lift by very kind neighbours who are driving to town. So it is a mixture. It's definitely a mixture. And I think and you point out it's not binary. It's not everyone walks, it's not everyone drives. But I think that there is a lot of driving taking place because of the reality of walking up the hill, particularly with any weight. For example, coming back.
I think also approximately 50% of our extension are older people, and some of them have limited mobility. It's one or two that couldn't. So, I think in terms of what is walkability about the average person, saying that the average person, so there's a bit of a bias there. You just have to go to an Residents Association meeting to see that the average is up there.
Canvass my colleagues to see if anyone's got any questions today.
Just one follow on. So you rightfully made the point that most people own a car, and that if you were going to go and get groceries, walking down is good, but you don't walk up. That kind of further emphasises the point of it. So if the line was in a different place, you wouldn't all of a sudden say, now I'm going to walk to the grocery store and walk home because the line is now in a 10, not a 15. I'm trying to understand further to the question I had earlier, the connection or alignment between modal shift, which is what has been talked about here, and what is walkable, and the implication of a line on a map, and how many people would change their behaviour if the line was in a different place, whether up or down.
Change people's behaviour, but if you flip it around, by allowing high-rise buildings to be built in anywhere other than the very lower reaches of Hay Street, you are not going to get people walking because they're just not going to do it. So why would you allow intensification up in those areas when you've got other issues such as narrow street, safety issues, possible access issues around emergency vehicles, all of those things, when you're not actually going to get the people that you intend to get walking?
I come back to, if you want the modal shift, you intensify where people will walk. That's how you get people living in a place that they will walk rather than drive. So that's how you do it. You find where people will walk and you intensify there.
For example, you might find somebody's prepared to walk back from the supermarket at Schaefer's with their bags to the first couple of houses on Hay Street because it's pretty much flat until you get there, and then you've got a very short few meters of climb to get up. The moment you lengthen that climb is the moment that person says, no, I need a car to help through this. Ms. Stace, if we may, Mr. Chairman has some things to add, I think.
I was just going to sum up.
Yes.
If we're at that point.
Yes, I think we're at the summing up point.
Thank you. So in summary, what we were saying, or what we're saying to you today, Commissioners, thank you, is that we're asking you, when you do your report to the Council in terms of recommendations around the walkable catchment, and if you are looking at recommending, as the Council planners have said, an extension to 15 minutes, we're asking that you don't base that solely on a time basis. So if it is going to go beyond the existing notified walkable catchment of 10 minutes, then whatever the new one is not to be based solely on the time it takes to walk. Rather, what you should be looking at is this overarching principle of reasonable practicability. And what that means in the context of a particular environment is that you look at where people are likely and going to be willing to walk, looking at the outer limits of that boundary. If you've got particular considerations that are relevant to that area, such as strong winds, such as a steep slope, then you take that into account and draw the boundary back closer towards the city. Especially when you've got something like a steep slope at the outer edges of the walkable catchment, as you have in Oriental Bay. Is an average person going to get to the end of their walk of whatever from the supermarket or their place of work and then get to the bottom of Hay Street and be willing to walk up another 13, the equivalent of 13 flights of stairs? Particularly also if there's safety issues at the edge of that boundary. And that's what we've illustrated with the Hay Street extension. If you've got a situation where you have got potential issues around the safety of pedestrians, bring the boundary back, bring it closer towards the city. That's what we're asking you to look at. So thank you for listening. Ngā mihi nui and e noho rā. Thank you, Commissioners.
I have a follow-up rising out of Ms. Stace's summary, Mr. Gordon, and it's right in your wheelhouse. That you, of course, presented a case that relates to Hay Street. You've made it clear that you're saying the same principles should be applied elsewhere. We're going to hear from the Johnsonville Community Association, who are going to tell us about Johnsonville. What do we do about the walkable catchments that we don't have specific evidence on behavioural characteristics? Where does the burden of proof lie?
Looking at it this way, if you feel you have inadequate information, then you should put the officers to task and require additional information, further information about any of those subcatchments that you might have some real concern. I think that's the only legal pathway, getting more information. You can go and look at it yourselves, but of course that's not evidence as such. That's just to support what you've read and heard.
Yeah, just to follow up, would you mind, if you can, going back to the close-up map of the showing the orange hatched?
That one?
Yeah, that would be perfect. So just to follow up on that, I'm just trying to get an understanding of your secondary relief. So you would, as is that, go up to about the uphill side of 6 and 5 Hay Street. And I've just been looking at the council's GIS map as well, in terms of where that goes from and down to. Excuse me. So you're not here to discuss that other leg of that orange blob there, but the other oriental is it?
Yes, it's not an area that we're
No.
particularly familiar with.
So are we to read your relief as cutting a line on the property boundaries I just mentioned, straight across that bit, and then somewhere cutting it down to?
You can point to one.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get my handle on what the relief looks like.
It's easier to do it by house number than drawing a line, because the numbers are so all over the place in that particular part of Wellington.
This part here, all the way along here, is the steep part. So it would cut it off here. Now, what I don't know is how much of this catchment could be accessed, but I would be surprised, because this is sort of a similar topography. I'd be very surprised if this was not also a very steep walk up to here. Those are the
only two roads.
So I'm thinking in practical terms, it would probably imply something, along here, so that you would have bits that are not so high up that would be accessed from this sort of lower down red part.
The Oriental Terrace is shown there, isn't it? Like although it's shown as a solid line, it steps up to St Gerard's.
Yes, it did, and it's very hard to visualize this steepness. So this, at the end of the Hay Street extension, there is actually a pathway down, and to get it, it's got like a boardwalk that's precariously stuck on a very steep line. So it is actually not a safe passage, but I counted 150 steps to get down. So it's you know, if you're here or across, it's like 150 steps up. It's steep. So I'm thinking that the logic would be give you a strip going along that isn't high up.
But you would have to think about access for each of the individual properties. So it really has to be done property by property.
Well, one of the things I took from the MFE guidance, and I accept that there's a question mark about its validity, but it did refer to site-specific analysis. And I think it's fairly easy to get a map, two-dimensional map, and just draw something that looks like a loop or something. But I actually think, I think with Wellington's topography, it does require a bit more site-specific work.
Any other questions for the team?
Can I just compliment you on beginning and finishing your submission process with some real so it's appreciated.
So thank you very much all for your presentation. We'll adjourn for our lunch break. I think we're back at 1:30 to talk more walkable catchments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the hearing, Mr. Bellinger, welcome again. Perhaps you better introduce the people with you. I think that you've got 3 submitters. One of the things I want you to do is explain to me who you're acting for.
Kia ora koutou, Chair and Commissioners, called Duncan Bellinger, tōku ingoa. I am counsel for Wellington's Charitable Trust, who is a submitter on the proposed district plan, and my client has teamed up with 2 other submitters, the Onslow Residents Community Association and Julie Ward, for the purposes of this presentation. So we're going to sort of present this as a combined session. So to my right is Don Wignall, who is a transport planning expert engaged by my client, and then behind me there is Dr. Tim Helm, who is a housing and transport economist who will be providing expert opinion evidence shortly. And then to my left is Lawrence Collingbourne, who is the president of the Onslow Residents Community Association, and then to his left is Julie Ward, who is a submitter. So I'll just introduce the sort of structure of our presentation today, and thank you very much for allowing us a little more time, given the number of speakers we have. So I'm going to hand over to Lawrence first up for some perspectives from the community and in his role as president of the association. Then Judy Ward is going to speak and give her personal experience as a resident of the Johnsonville line area. Then Mr. Wignall is going to provide a short summary of his expert evidence and of course take questions on that evidence, and likewise then for Dr. Helm. And then I will wrap up with some legal submissions on a couple of points that have arisen over the last day or so. And I've handed up a one-page skeleton of the key points I'm proposing to address. I'm happy to take questions at any time, and as are the various speakers, but we've each sort of got a a few things we'd like to speak to, and then we expect questions, etc., to follow from that. So if that sounds okay with you, sir, I'll hand over to Mr. Collingbourne.
One question. You described the submitters as entirely separate, so WCCT is not a vehicle for one or both of the other submitters. These are three discrete submitters with, if not identical, then very similar positions.
Yes, so the positions are, yeah, as I understand it, aligned, but there are different people involved in each.
And you're presenting a joint case on behalf of all three, effectively.
Yes, and the focus will be the Johnsonville line issue. I will touch briefly on the walkable catchments issue in my legal submissions, but primarily we're here to talk about that.
That's fine, just as long as we know where you're coming from.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. Hello, everyone. I'm Lawrence Collingbourne. I'm from the Onslow Residents Community Association. We cover the suburbs of Broadmeadows, Kandala and Kaikoura. I'm going to give you a general residence view. I have provided notes, but these go on just a little bit too long, so I'm placing them in my address. So what we are focused on is what's going to work to achieve the NPSUD objectives. Julie Ward on my left, Tony Randall, who has subsequently become a councillor, and I found in our report that the Johnsonville railway line, our line, so I'm going to call it, doesn't cut meeting those NPSUD objectives. So if that's true, we have a problem with that. We want progress and densification in our neighbourhood. We're not against it. We want it to be proportionate to the needs of both younger and older people, and we'd like it to respect the amenity and character of our suburb. Okay, that's where we're coming from. You know, when I was young, I couldn't afford to buy a property like people can't today. It's painful. At one point, I paid 13% interest on my first mortgage. I have embraced 30% growth in my backyard since I moved in 18 years ago. And I'm a cyclist, and I'll cycle to and from what I call my town centre in the city below, but I have to admit, not when it's raining horizontally. Okay. I get how people feel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight three things in the reports that you've received. You've received so much. I'd just like to draw your attention to three. I'm pressing 5 to 3 from the notes you've got. And then I'll talk about what I consider to be some common sense residents' viewpoints on whether the Johnsonville line is a rapid transit system. So firstly, the inclusion of the medium density residential standards, which only happened late in the piece, actually reinforces the conclusion of our report on the line that it doesn't cut it. However, it undermines Andrew Wharton's conclusions, which I want to point out he also kind of smoothed because he used post-COVID demand rather than pre-COVID demand, and he ignored daily peaks in that demand. He used an average, and he decided it's okay to turn up for work at 10 a.m, which isn't for everybody, is it? Secondly, I suggest that it's actually Andrew Wharton who's being a little over literal when he suggests that the speed between train stops determines whether our journey time is fast or not. It just doesn't work for us. It's the total journey time that works for us. Thirdly, there are 2 GWRC designations about what it takes to achieve rapid transit, right? You will have heard a lot from the council, from Andrew, about the RLTP, but that's entirely based on the one network framework of the time the report was written, which was in draft form. And even then, the officers said that the PT1 classification included non-rapid transit services. Well, it's been published now. The Johnsonville line is PT4. That's not rapid transit. And I want to ask this question: are we being hung out to dry based on an obsolete document, which is now wrong? I hope we aren't. However, Greater Wellington Regional Rail, the Wellington Rail Programme business case, GWRC have defined something that's much more like rapid transit. And in fact, they say that the Kapiti and Hutt lines will be rapid transit by 2032. That's all day, fast, right, and frequent. But not 1 cent of that money that they've asked for is going to be spent to improve our lines' rapidity. Okay. So I also want to offer 3 common sense reasons why our line is not a rapid transit system. Okay, this is a resident's viewpoint. Take it as you will. Firstly, a single track railway can never be a rapid transit service. Now, I understand you've travelled on our line. Fantastic. So you know how it's perched on the edge of a precipice, right? That it slowly squeals its way up and down its steep gradients, tight curves and tiny little tunnels. But the thing is this, the up service is not separated from the down service. Right? In a truly rapid transit system, you'd have multiple railway lines where the service I am on is not impeded, is separated from the service coming in the other direction. But in a single track railway, that's not the case. So for me, it's common sense. It's a great bus replacement. I've actually loved driving on the train. It's really comfortable. Okay. Secondly, more than half the people who could travel on the line currently do not. So when the line becomes more crowded, arrives even later and becomes less reliable as its capacity is eaten up, and surely proportionately even fewer will use it. And thirdly, the line does not go where we who choose to live in the north also need to go northwards. A significant number of us love it for school and for getting to work in the city or the odd special event, but it's no car replacement service. They still have to have a car. We still have to use them. My final point to make is equally simple. According to Andrew and Tim, Dr. Helm, I should say, additional high-rise density along the line will create no more affordable housing in the city. High-rise along our line literally doesn't alter the price of fish. So why would anyone trash our amenity with high-rises to achieve nothing? Well, not nothing exactly. What high-rises bring is a large increase in carbon emissions. It's not high-rises in concrete and steel or even 56-ton trains going half empty up the railway line that reduce carbon emissions. It is mode shift that reduces carbon emissions. Too much densification prevents mode shift because our line can't be expanded. Vital objective of the MPSUD, when we're in the middle of a climate crisis like no other right now, would in fact be made worse by high rises, because they should be built where there really is rapid transit or close to the city, and they're not required to meet the other objectives, right? So the correct MPSUD policy to apply is policy 3D. Building heights and densities of urban form commensurate with a level of commercial activity and community services, I put it to you. I'm going to leave arguments about what is commensurate and what that means to the centres and residential streams. That's all right, I'm not going to address them now. And I will address also then infrastructure and supporting services. But the point I want to get over now is that MDRS changed the world, and it now supplies the required growth in our area. That's my assertion for you. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm going to take any questions you have.
Mr. Collingbourne, I was picking up on your point, sort of about 6-story apartment blocks involve carbon emissions through construction. But is the corollary of the point you emphasised that Dr. Hellman asserts and Mr. Wharton accepts that it won't make any difference to the number of buildings built, that it's 6 stories on the Jayville line or 6 stories somewhere else. So at least as regards the construction emissions, it's neutral. It doesn't matter where they are.
I'm really just making the point, Mr. Chairman, that to agree with you really in that just building 6 stories doesn't solve the carbon emissions by itself. What it has to do is to either be close to the city centre so that active transport will be mode, or near a electric transport system with very low carbon emissions in order to achieve that low carbon target. But you're quite right. If you have to build 6 stories, then you have to build 6 stories. But I think I would say where we live, we don't have to build 6 stories. But it would have a material effect on our amenity and values.
Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you before we move on to Mrs. Ward. Liz first.
Sorry. I just had one in terms of your paragraph 13. You said that more than half the people who could travel the line currently do not. How do you know that?
I'm basing that on the Commuter Walker website, which gives the results of the census and where people travel from and what modes they use. So that would be as of 2018. On Monday evening, there were 171 people coming out of Wellington on the 5:40 service at Similar Crescent, because I asked the conductor. So the volumes have dropped since then.
So just with your personal experience, do you use the train to travel into Wellington?
Well, I live, Candalla's divided into 2. Julie is the person to ask those questions, okay, because she actually lives within walking distance of the Box Hill station. So, right. Yeah. I live in Waru Street, which is on the bus route.
Right.
So when I worked down here in the city, yes, I took the bus in.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know you're not an expert, but you've got a local view and a experienced user view. Your point 12, that the single track railway can never be a rapid transit service. The council talked about improvements to that would have an additional passing bay and adding on.
And to get to 10 minutes.
Yes, and adding on cars. So what do you have?
Yeah, I do have a view about that. First of all, GWRC has a review about that, and they believe it's not practical. And we can provide the reference for that if we haven't in our expert witness.
They're not preparing.
They're not preparing to do it either. But also, I actually took Andrew's suggestion myself and put a passing lane into the timetable in Similar Crescent and worked out that a 10-minute timetable fits, that it has 0 minutes contingency in one direction and 1 minute contingency in the other direction. Candala Station is actually timetabled 10 minutes out from Johnsonville, where you also have to put another passing loop in.
I think you're pushing in an open door, Mr. Collins, because Mr. Wharton accepted, I think, that it was theoretically possible, but not practical. But practically
that's
problematic.
Yes,
that's my paraphrase of what I took from what he said.
Thanks very much. Sorry to go on.
What's your experience on reliability?
Well, recently it's been really poor because there are so many bus replacements. So one of the things you need to realise that when they publish the on-time statistics, they only publish the on-time statistics for trains that leave Johnsonville or Wellington. If a train doesn't leave Johnsonville or Wellington, then it's not counted in the statistics. It's just lost somewhere. So one of our crew here, Felicity, turned up at the Box Hill station, I think it was it Box Hill? With her granddaughter to catch the train, and the bus went past on the road, but you can't see can't connect the two. So this is too many of those experiences.
Why have there been so many of those?
Well, what we're told by Metlink is that there is a driver shortage, right? But there is also a lot of weekend working, it appears to me. So I think probably those, but I mean, who's responsible for employing drivers? Surely Metlink are.
I asked Mr. Wharton that question. He said it was linked. He accepted that bus replacements had gone up recently, and he said it was related to track maintenance. Can you reach back in your memory and tell us, well, that those halcyon days pre-COVID?
Yes.
And say looking back the previous 5 years, how often is in practice the train replaced by a bus? What would was.
Quite frequently at weekends, but I can't give you hard information on that. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So,
Yeah, it's good.
more questions, Mr. Goldman?
Just one. Thank you very much for your submission, and it's great to hear local perspectives and lived experience. If Johnsonville line was to be classified as a rapid transit system, how aware are you of any changes that would make to the way people there that you know would change their mode of transport? Would it encourage more people that are in the half that don't currently now? Do you think it would encourage them to consider it as a practical option if it was to become the rapid transport, and then the kind of what they're forecasting and proposing that could look like in the future? Just from a anecdotal, yeah.
Yeah, well, from our experience point of view, I don't think it will affect it, because we consider the line to be our line rather than Metlink's line, right? And so therefore we have formed our own views of it independently of whatever title it gets. The other thing is what we know is it doesn't matter what title you give it, we know exactly how much Metlink are going to spend on improving its performance. Nothing. So those two things I think will outweigh any new branding that might follow the classification. That's my own personal. Address that one.
I think we're on to Mrs. Ward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Wait, that's two questions. Sorry, just one. It's all right. You kind of, do I take it from your statement just now, you're accepting that the MDRS 3x3 will provide the level of density that's required to support the Johnsonville line? What's your role? What do you see the role of the?
Oh, well, I think the MDRS is from, and I think Tim Helm will be a better person to ask this question of, because we've struggled to separate out the NDRS component from the other components of densification, but I believe Tim has now done that. So could he answer that question on my behalf? My perception is that there is a very large increase compared to just May last year.
The only other related question was the Section 42A report said that if it wasn't classified as a rapid transit one, then the recommended level of density was 11 metres high, which is 3x3, 14 metres around the Kerala area.
Yes, that's what they proposed.
Yes.
We want to speak to that under the centres and residential streams. Would that be all right?
I'll stop there.
So is that a precursor to saying you're going to tell us in the stream 2 why that's not a good idea?
We're going to give you some reasons why that might not be a good idea. Yes.
No, that's all I need to know. Like I inferred that, but just to call it a spade here.
We're just doing one of these streams at a time, though, Mr. Chairman. But we did submit that. Yes.
Thank you.
Right, so I'm Julie Ward. You've probably already worked that out. I've done a bit of editing of my talk because quite a lot of the stuff's already been covered. But basically, I come to this process. I'm not an expert. I'm just an ordinary person who's worked in the Wellington CBD, and I've raised my children in Kandala, and I've transported them to sport and activities all around the city. So Kandala's been my home for over 30 years, and longevity permitting, I'm hoping that it'll be my home for quite a lot longer. I'm a walker for exercise, and I've walked most of the streets and paths and bush tracks and steps in Ngaio and Kandala for exercise almost daily over the years, so I know the area well. And one point that's been made is that somebody has said that one of the submissions, they would like Awarua Street Station to have a 10-minute walkable catchment, which the other day I walked down the 200 steps that would be within that catchment, and honestly, at the end of a working day, I would not want to walk up them ever, let alone every day. And that's in an area where there is no bus service. So the crux of my submission today really is that intensification, walkable catchments, and reduction in amenity are all contemplated in the NPSUD, but that the changes that are made should be in service of the objectives of the NPSUD. So the paper that Lawrence and I and Tony Randall completed, we concluded that the Johnsonville train really isn't a rapid transit service. And I think that one of the questions here was about if the frequency, if it went 15 minutes all the time, would that make a difference? Quite honestly, I don't think that it would, because at the moment, even on the half hour that it goes during the day, there will be perhaps half a dozen people on the train because there's not anywhere that people are wanting to get to that train goes to during that time. So basically, I think that to put more high density is just inviting more traffic congestion and more emissions without significantly providing more housing than will be enabled by the MDRS. And MDRS alone has the potential to add more population than the infrastructure, transport and otherwise is currently able to support. And I think the Section 42A report noting that if there's not enough capacity on the train, then more buses can be added, seems to be an acknowledgement that the train actually does have a capacity limit. So in terms of the walkable catchments, my town centre is the CBD. It's where I go to shop other than for my day-to-day needs. It's where I go if I need to eat out other than the 2 restaurants that are within walk distance of my home. It's where I go to the theatre, to go to the movies, to use the central library when it was open, all of those kinds of things. So that's where I think of as my town centre, as the place that I need to, that I want to go to. So there's been quite limited assessment of the level of commercial and community services or employment opportunities within the centres along the Johnsonville line, excluding Johnsonville. I haven't done the numbers because it's kind of too hard for a layperson to do, but I would suspect that they would show that the majority of people of working age travel out of these suburbs to go to work, and that, like me, they access the CBD as their town centre, and many of those will do so by private car, and if there's more of those, that still more of those will do it by private car. And it just seems to me very difficult to see past the more people equals more emissions equation for the suburbs where the destinations within a walkable catchment are actually quite limited. I can go down to the CBD by one of 2 narrow, steep and slip-prone 2-lane roads, which is shared by cars, buses, cyclists and pedestrians, or I can use a single-track railway that runs every 60 minutes at night, every 30 minutes during most of the day, or every 15 minutes only during the morning and afternoon peak. And there's no plans or budget to make any frequency, capacity or speed improvements to the line. So what we see is what we get, irrespective of any future demand. So Mr. Wharton in the Section 42A report acknowledges that high density housing and reliance on the Johnsonville rail service is unlikely to result in more than 278 additional units of attached housing over 30 years. There doesn't actually seem to be a distinction between whether that attached housing is apartments or terraced houses. So I read from that some of the attached housing could be 3 stories, which is granted capacity by the MDRS. So the high density zoning is basically going to be there to reduce the immunity of many who won't know who they are until the digger arrives or the chainsaws start up, while yielding only an extreme small number of you might end up getting one apartment building which has 6 apartments, and they take all of the sun of the 6 houses that are behind them. So all you've done is taken the sun from 6 people and given it to 6 others. And that sort of just seems somewhat unfair for the benefits that we're deriving. I'd like to see a common sense approach of the application of the NPSUD to facilitate the achievement of the objectives by enabling incremental growth through the MDRS, but focusing high density development that takes advantage of locations where there's already demonstrated willingness to walk and to take public transport, and also which takes into account the actual infrastructure in the widest sense of the word, which is available to support growth. Thank you.
Mr. Dace, go first.
Thank you. I've just got one question. You mentioned about frequency that there is and so forth.
Yes.
And I don't know whether you heard some of our questions yesterday, whether you're online at all, Mr. Wharton, about other reasons why capital improvements may or may not be necessary at this time. His understanding was that there was existing latent capacity in the system, that the Johnsonville line had a certain capacity that would need to be filled up before you actually invest a whole lot of money. Did you have any views on that?
I think there is capacity, but as the point that Lawrence has made is that the reason that there is capacity is because the service actually has a limited appeal. And actually in the longer paper that I submitted to you, I've made the point that although I've lived within a walkable catchment of the Johnsonville line for the whole time that I've lived in Wellington, I've never been a regular user of the train. That I've always used the bus because I've found the bus provides a better service. For one thing, you get to the bus stop in the centre of town much closer, and from the other end, when you come on the train, you get to the railway station and you've got to walk, whereas when you're on the bus and it takes you to wherever you want to go. And that's for work or for social things. If I want to go to the Embassy Theatre on the train, I'd have to catch the train to Wellington Station, get off the train, find a bus and get a bus, whereas if I just got on the bus from Canal Village, I could go straight to Pukepuke Pari.
Okay, thank you. I'll just slightly different question. You mentioned the amenity factors about sunlight and
Yes.
6 people being affected and so forth. The NPSUD is directing us to certain outcomes.
Yes.
One of which is medium density, 11 stories, 3 by 3 as it's been called, but also in and around certain priority areas, town centres, as well as rapid transit stops. So are you saying that densification around what are suggested as being rapid transit stops up to 6 stories is a bad idea in your locality, or is it a general comment?
No, I think that in our locality that it is excessive, partly because the original plan contemplated that you would have this small area around the train station, which was 6 stories, but then beyond that we had a very large area which was still going to be under the old rules. It was still going to be only 2 stories, and it was only going to be the small sections, 35% site coverage, etc. NPSUD has now tipped all that on its head, because now the entire catchment can be, everywhere can be 3 stories, 3 on 3 with 50% site coverage. So you've got a lot more potential catchment around the outside.
Understood. You would have seen Mr. Wharton's recommendations in terms of walkable distances from the Johnsonville line station.
Yes.
In terms of Foxhill remaining at 10, Johnsonville remaining at 10, and the others going to 5.
I would think that for any more than 5, if we end up with the rapid transit, that any more than 5 is in a lot of locations is really unreasonable. And the other point that I made.
Why is it unreasonable?
Well, it's just it's too far, and because of the centres being, because a lot of them are steep. For instance, as I gave you the example of Awarua Street, 200 steps up the hill with no lighting on a rainy night is not really very attractive.
Even 5 minutes walk from.
Well, you can get quite out of breath in 5 minutes if you're going straight up the hill. To be honest, when you've done a day's work.
We don't see from the Residents Association why distinguished from stations. And
well, you see Mr. Wharton's view on why it should, which is it's closer to the Kandala town centre, which has a wider range of them.
That's conflating 2 reasons for having a walking path. The point of the rapid transit system is to be able to get to Wellington centre. It's not differentiated on that.
Okay.
Actually, could I just go back on that? I think I gave you the example with the 5-minute thing, is that I think it has to be to all services, and because the centres along the Johnsonville line are not always well positioned as against the railway stations, that your overall trip to get from your railway station to your supermarket to back home is actually a lot more than a 10-minute walk. So I think that's why I think that 5 minutes is much more reasonable in all the circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't have a question as such, but I just wasn't sure. You knew that we caught the Johnsonville train up there
yes.
day.
Yes.
We actually caught the bus back, so we got to experience both transport modes. And so I do take your point about the bus. You can come right back through the city to get off wherever you wherever you like. So I take that point. Thank you.
Put another way, we didn't get off the bus at the railway station.
Oh.
We got off at where we wanted to go.
Yes, which in my case was all the way to Island Bay. So, quite pleased about that.
Yes.
Yep. The theme that I'm picking up here is that you're saying that the MDRS will do all the heavy lifting.
Yes.
And that you really don't need to go to that next step of higher density.
Yes.
As far as Kandala is concerned, anyway.
Yeah. And Nio and Crofton Downs, I think. Well, yes. I mean, Johnsonville's a different case, but I think the other intermediate stations that NDRS really does all the heavy lifting.
You appreciate that potentially puts the panel in a difficult position in terms of giving effect to the MPSUD, and where a locality might qualify for something other than MDRS?
No, I don't, because I think that if you would have to decide that the train service was a rapid transit service rather than another bus.
Yes. And if we did decide that it was, in your view, how much discretion do we have as a panel to depart from that? I mean, it's probably an unfair question.
No, sorry, you're trying to.
I think you should ask Mr. Bellinger.
Yes.
What I would say then is, if we did decide that the Johnsonville line was rapid transit system,
yes,
would you agree that then we could exercise our discretion as to walkable distances that apply from that, in terms of giving effect to policy 3C, I think it is? If you don't feel comfortable
Sorry,
answering
I
it,
don't, no, I don't
No.
quite.
look,
get where
I've
you're
sown the
coming
seed.
from.
I'm sure Mr. Bellinger will come back to it in terms of what our legal obligations. If assuming you understand the question.
I do. I can speak to that now. Perhaps just while it's arisen. So if your view is that the Johnsonville line is a rapid transit service, then policy 3C is engaged. So
Yes.
so there must be upzoning enabled.
Yes.
Then there is a further evaluation as to what the size of the walkable catchments is. So
Yes, whether that's 5 or 10 or something else. Yes.
yeah, that's right.
That's succinct. Thank you.
I really did appreciate your reports and particularly the one that was attached as Appendix D to the Section 42A reports.
Thank you.
It was really useful to have that, and you're less fulsome but more fulsome than today's one. So you've obviously put I know you said you haven't been a big train user over the years, but one of the things I was interested in was the quality of the amenity at stations. That is, because it's clearly an important part of the rapid transit system.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, I do think, and I did cover in my longer paper the aspect of the transport-oriented development, and the view of that overseas is that you arrive in this fabulous station that opens out onto your town square, and you've got cafes, and you've got your convenience store, and all of this kind of thing. And what we've got is like pretty much a bus stop. You know, it's a covered open shelter that is not even sufficient for the number of passengers. Like I don't catch the train at peak time, but I would imagine that on a rainy day that most of them are standing out in the rain. And the area of land around them is relatively small. And I really can't envisage how we can build all of this grand design that's supposed to happen around it to make it this transit-oriented development.
May I respond to that too, Mr. Chairman? Just briefly to say that this is where the Johnsonville line is so different to Auckland. And if you go to Newmarket, you've got one of these town square centre stations in the middle of a town centre. But in Auckland, the railway stations are 30 minutes, at least 30 minutes walk apart. Along the Johnsonville railway line, as you found out, they're only not much more than 10 minutes walk apart. So the effect is quite dramatic for us compared to the idea of building a town centre.
And I'll probably still look at this one too, but you talked about in your reports a times about the Onehunga line.
Yes.
So do you know
So
I was just interested in your anecdotal experience of that relative to this Johnsonville.
It's very similar. I mean, they have longer trains. Johnsonville line.
Single track?
Single track, though. It's a single track service basically, and it's every half an hour. So actually, Johnsonville line does a bit more frequent at peak time, but it has shorter trains, so 6 to 1.5. But there's no, that fails the Auckland criteria for it.
Could I just make a comment on that? Isn't there only 2 dedicated stops on the Onehunga branch line? The remainder of the stops are on the main southern.
They're not on the main southern line, but they coincide with main southern station.
That's the point I was making. So, you know, when I was preparing for this, I had a look at the Onehunga line, and it seemed like it was only Onehunga and Te Papa, it is, which are dedicated to that line, with the other stops on that line being shared or in proximity to other stations for other services.
Yes, but you can't get to Britomart without Onehunga. Now, Onehunga is a big centre, you know, and so you'd think you'd want to try and have a rapid transit service connecting to it. Not.
Sorry for butting in. I guess the reason for the question is that you've got a dedicated train line to Johnsonville here, which has 8, 9 stops on it. Whereas the Onehunga line itself
has only 2 dedicated stops for that, which aren't shared with other services.
Oh, yes, but in Auckland, there's at least 30 minutes walk between railway stops anywhere in the circuit, right? Well, the Johnsonville line is unique in that it's like a bus service. You could walk between the stations.
So they're apples and pears, are they?
I think
in terms of the characteristics.
I think they're set for a completely different purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just point to the clock and ask for us. Speed up.
Yeah, it's a very quick question. It's a very non-technical question as well. So I'm gonna ask you to paint for me a picture. What we're doing now is using this opportunity to plan for and look to the next 30 years, right? Because this is our window to do that. What do you think 30 years from now will look like in Kandala and Johnsonville and those parts? How different do you think it will look, could look, should look, would look? What does 30 years from now look like in your mind?
Well, that will depend to a certain extent on how much population increase that we get. But I do think that it's probably going to look more dense as it has done over the past 100 years, as I covered in my paper, that we've, people have incrementally built in every decade in my street, and there's houses still going up, and I would think that incremental development will continue. The thing that I would not like to see is elderly people who have committed their entire life to the suburb finding that they're suddenly living their final days out in the shadows of tall buildings.
Would you not also want the children who are being born now to be able to live 30 years from now in a city that is relevant and practical for their needs? I take your point,
yes,
but
yes,
to say it's going to be more dense and there's going to be more density, are we, where I'm trying to go with is, are we setting the plan up now to cater for the things that you've just identified that will inform what 30 years from now looks like? Is my question, I suppose.
Yes, I think that's, well, if I think in terms of so I have children now that are in their 30s that I would hope at some time will be able to move to a family neighbourhood that has family facilities, but where they have space for their children or my grandchildren to grow up in. And I think that while MDRS is going to make that a little bit tighter than it is now, that it will still provide that opportunity, and I think that there's demand for that kind of living that our area can provide, and that we can meet the needs of the present and the future without having to build high density in our area.
We're saving it for the centre stream, but we don't want it to become a dormitory in 30 years' time. We want it to have the same vitality across all ages, older people, younger people, people in the middle, 30 years' time, and that's one of the things we're trying to achieve.
Kabai, and I echo earlier sentiments, and it's fantastic all the work that you've put into this. Your passion is clear, so thank you
very much.
Ballinger.
Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to Mr. Wignall now. And I'm conscious we've got about 45 minutes left, so I'm proposing around 15 minutes for Mr. Wignall, 15 minutes for Dr. Helm, and then to the balance for myself.
Speak quickly.
I hope that works.
Yeah, we'll try and do the same.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to talk to 3 points briefly. Firstly, why have I said the line is an outlier? Why is it different to other lines? Secondly, why are there no planned improvements for the line? And thirdly, would you consider using the characteristics of the line for a new specification for rapid transit? So firstly, why is it an outlier? I'm sure you've heard a lot of these points before, but the most obvious things are it's a single track, low speed, poorly aligned, short railway. It it's got a lot of constraints. You don't need to look far for serious constraints in terms of bridges, tunnels, and also in terms of constraints on the curvature of the track and the capacity of the stations. So it is quite unusual. It's quite self-evident, really, that most of the rail network is rapid transit. Clearly is. It's got lots of the characteristics that are required in terms of being quick, frequent, reliable and high capacity. But the Johnsonville line is a historic line. It's a truncated 10-kilometre line that's stands out. You can only take 4-car units, train units. So there's a series of things that make it quite different. So to not classify it as rapid transit doesn't somehow devalue railways. It just recognises that it's got very specific features. Secondly, why are there no planned improvements on the line? Well, they have been considered in the past, and in my evidence I quote a 2006 study that looked at all sorts of options for the line, including going to 5 trains an hour, 6 trains an hour. But after reviewing it, it concluded that it just wasn't feasible. I mean, to actually upgrade the line would cost a lot of money. So it's a high cost investment. To justify that, there have to be benefits. The benefits aren't there. You have to get patronage growth. You have to generate other benefits. I mean, today, emissions are the big criteria. If you go along to try and get funding for railways, they'll say, what's the impact going to be on emissions? And you're dealing with short distance travel. You get far better value for money on investing in other lines. And that's why the rail programme for Wellington to 2051 does not mention any improvements. And here I'm talking about improvements that relate to the speed, the frequency, reliability and the capacity, not to things like putting snapper on the trains or maintaining slopes. I'm talking about things that affect the definition of rapid transit. To do anything, I mean, once upon a time, the experiments were tried with the line, and a 6-car unit was put in for a short period. So there were 3 4-car units and 1 6-car unit. And they took it out because of problems, not just with the station lengths, but also with the length of turning loops. And operationally, it caused a lot of problems. Unless you do serious investment, you can't just turn a tap and say, oh, we'll change it to high capacity trains, or we'll increase the frequency. You just can't do it without serious investment. And when that's been looked at, it's been rejected. It doesn't fit with the Wellington's general programme of investment. And finally, my last point is about, would you use this as a new specification for rapid transit? And the reason I put this in was, when I was thinking about it, is it rapid transit or not? And I looked at the definition in the National Planning Guidance. And one way of doing it, I thought, well, if I was designing a new rapid transit service, could I use the Johnsonville characteristics as the specification? And I've worked on a lot of rapid transit projects in New Zealand, Australia, UK, all over the place. So I've got some experience of what you would want in a new rapid transit service. And what you would want is something that was flexible. It could respond to future conditions. So you could increase the frequency if you wished. You could increase the length of trains if you wished. They become operational decisions. They would not be fundamental infrastructure decisions. And for the Johnsonville line, sadly, they are. So there are no planned improvements of the Johnsonville line. And it would not be possible if I've asked a few of my colleagues, do you think this is a specification for rapid transit? And to a person, they've all said no. So I think the consensus of professional opinion is that it is not rapid transit. Right. Thank you.
Mr. Stace, you want to go first? Not a roll.
No, that's right. No, just leading from that last point. I've had a bit of involvement in transportation planning issues over the years as well, and one of the key points is maximising what you've got rather than building new. So, you know, I think it's well known that the Johnsonville line has been around for a long time, but you know, if you were going to be looking at putting in a new service, one that didn't exist at the moment, you may not choose the Johnsonville line, I think, is your point.
Well, you'd never build it today. I mean, it's a legacy line. It's because it was there.
Yes, and you want to maximise that to the best of your ability, don't you?
You do.
You've got 4 key criteria, and I you know, it's not only your evidence which is on this point, it's the evidence of NZTA. I don't know whether you've seen that as well.
I've looked at Mr. Wharton's, I haven't seen NZTA's. Okay,
so basically the NZTA evidence is saying it meets the criteria for rapid transit line. Okay, that's their view, and I understand the reasons why you've taken a contrary view, but also the Transportation Planning Agency for Wellington region choose to classify it as rapid transit. Yeah.
Sorry, who's that? Greater Wellington?
Greater Wellington Regional Council.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you've got 4 key criteria. You've got frequent, you've got quick, you've got reliable, you've got high capacity. Does each of those have to be met for it to be considered? Or because it certainly meets the criteria of being on its own dedicated corridor, for example. Please, just.
That isn't one of the criteria.
No, but that is one thing that you want for a rapid transit service, is to be on its own corridor.
Predominantly.
With the
predominantly.
Yeah. So if you've got busways in Auckland, for example, they work better when they're on their own dedicated corridor and don't have to mix with general traffic.
The Auckland busway is partly on its own dedicated corridor, but that's got a far higher capacity than the Johnsonville line.
So you're questioning the frequency, questioning the speed, questioning the reliability of it, and is that in terms of reliability of train service or the resilience of the corridor?
Normally, it's in terms of reliability, in terms of punctuality rather than resilience. I mean, I think that's a slightly different question, but it is related. But
it is okay. Yeah, fair enough. And high capacity, and you are definitely questioning the whether it is high capacity. I think in your evidence, and without flicking through your evidence and finding the reference, I think you mentioned that it is equivalent to 1 bus per hour or something like that in terms of capacity. Or have I got that inference wrong?
I did refer to that, but that was in connection with the One Network classification of rapid transit being a capacity of 1,000 passengers a day, which I think is probably a typo or something.
Yeah, so
it seems like ridiculously that.
There was some discussion yesterday, and certainly the evidence of Mr. I think his name's Cabona and Mr. Cribbins, we talk about the One classification as well, and their view was that it meets the criteria. Okay, so that is what we've been told.
Yeah, well, obviously people have different opinions, I'm sure.
Sure. Last question was in relation to the Regional Land Transport Plan, which is was done under a very separate piece of legislation. So that, my understanding, it sets strategic priorities within the Wellington region for transportation. It also sets in the funding mechanisms for how various things might be done and in what order and in what time. You know, short, medium, but it is subject to review every 3 years. So it's not actually set in stone. So if there was a case, now I'm putting this hypothetically, that there was greater intensification on the Great Johnsonville rail line, the RLTP, not being set in stone and reviewed every 3 years, would be able to adapt if there were other interventions which could be required. But I gather from your evidence, other interventions are just too hard, not worthwhile, don't meet benefit cost criteria.
It's not on any planning horizon that I'm aware of. And I mean, you mentioned the different parties you mentioned. I work for NZTA, Greater Wellington. I work for them in transport, and I've worked on the 4 programs, and there's nothing in there. No one's even talking about it. So if it was to come out in the next 3 years, I'd be shocked. I mean, nothing's impossible, but
I guess the key point in raising is it is not set in stone at this particular point in time that there may be a business case later on.
The description of rapid transit is, does it meet these criteria or is it planned? And it is not planned. It may be planned in the future, but it's not planned now.
Thank you. David?
I just had a question on reliability, just in detail, but the council or Metlink's information that it was 97.5% reliable.
Yeah.
Does that resonate with you? Does it just resonate with what you said in your evidence?
Well, yeah, but it's. I make
some sort of.
Yeah. I make the point that 5 minutes on a 23-minute journey is a very easy target to hit, and the drivers often use it up. Whereas if you're coming from Masterton, and it's an hour and 45 minutes, then that 5 minutes is, you know, it's quite difficult. Quite a difficult.
Tolerant.
Yeah, but it's like 22% of the travel time. You can be late by 22% on the Johnsonville line, which makes, instead of 23 minutes, it's 28 minutes going in and 33 minutes coming the other way, compared with the 15 minutes on the bus.
The record should show it was exactly 25 minutes when we took it on the 302 train on Monday afternoon.
Yeah. Sadly, they don't give you the exact times of, so you can monitor things. They just tell you, it's 97% within.
Yeah, and they said it was on time 96.5%.
Yeah, like the point was made earlier, if the trains are cancelled, it may be taken out of that system.
Just interrupt on this one, because a document from the 8th November 2022, which is the Greater Wellington release on the reliability of the trains by Transview. And I'm just trying to quickly find Johnsonville, that the reliability most recently has been quite, and has gone down massively. Sorry, I'm just trying to find
you just send it in.
the number. I can just send it in to you, but they're
just send it in.
Often more than 7 minutes timetable. Thank you.
I think we're good. Dr. Helm?
Oh, no. You said you were okay.
No, I said I've got one.
All right, we'll go. Just do it.
It's a short one, I promise. With regards to reliability, you have actually noted in your evidence that the slippery track conditions are often the case why disruptions actually occur. We have heard from Mr. Warburton that the current unreliability is actually related to the upgrades that they are doing there. The upgrades that are planned at present, like new masts and different track materials and things like that, that have nothing to do with capacity or anything like that, but with the actual maintenance, more or less, of the tracks. Can you see that these particular improvements will actually help with the reliability, where, for example, the slippery track conditions are not so slippery anymore because they have changed the materials or whatever they are doing there?
It may help a little, but I don't think it will alter the fundamentals because of the line's gradient. It goes through difficult terrain, and that's one of the reasons why the track, unless it's not much they can do about slippery track. I mean, and the quote I've got in my evidence comes from Kiwi Road. So they've admitted the line is unreliable, inherently unreliable.
Thank you.
Just making sure that once bitten, twice shy. I think we're ready for Dr. Helm.
Would you like me to?
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. So my name is Tim Helm. I'm an economic consultant. I work on housing and transport, tax, environmental regulation, and some other matters. I've been engaged by Wellington's Charitable Trust for two questions, really. Firstly, to assess whether the Johnsonville line meets the requirements to be classified as rapid transit, and secondly, what the consequences would be of that classification. As a third point, I've also looked at council officers' evidence in the section 32, I think, report in relation to those questions, and I included some views of mine in my evidence statement. Before I begin, I thought, in response to some earlier questions about the MDRS and the development capacity that enables, that I could offer you the figures right now to more or less support the point that Lawrence and Julie made. So the concept of realisable capacity is the estimate of Property Economics, who conducts this housing and business development capacity assessment. That's their estimate of how many dwellings are zoned for housing, feasible to be built, that's profitable to be built, and likely to be developed. Now, under the current plan, that figure for the suburbs along the Johnsonville line of realisable capacity is around 3,000 dwellings. Under the MDRS, effectively, that rises to 19,000, or MDRS and other proposals in the proposed district plan, that rises to 19,000. If there were to be upzoning based on the NPSUD on rapid transit grounds, that would add around 1,000. So
1,000 to the 19.
19 goes to 20.
Okay.
Exactly right. So I think the broad point that Lawrence made is backed up by those property economics reports that the incremental impact of NPSUD on upzoning to 6 stories on development capacity in the area is really small compared to the impact that the MDRS and other parts of the proposed district plan might have. So that's simply in response to an earlier question. The points I wanted to raise, I summarise my evidence in brief, and they cover first my assessment of the line against rapid transit standards, and second, my assessment of the effects of that. Some context first. I think it's now agreed, though I'm happy to take questions, that none of the existing policy documents really settle the question of whether the Jabil line is rapid transit. So as I understand it, the Regional Land Transport Plan and the ONF are not definitive on it. They don't remove the need to assess the line against the criteria. So the question about rapid transit rests on those NPSUD criteria: frequent, quick, reliable and high capacity. So my assessment was based on those criteria. The NPSUD, as you know, offers no specific metrics for this criteria, and within transport planning, rapid transit is not a concept that's really tightly defined. So there is no off-the-shelf set of metrics we can go to simply measure the Johnsonville line against those. In other words, some judgment is required
my view as to the right standards to apply. My overall view is that the line cannot reasonably be considered rapid transit. It fails to meet what I argue are some sensible standards on 3 of the 4 criteria, which are frequency, speed, and capacity. And I don't hold a firm view on reliability. It's hard to choose appropriate benchmarks for them. So on service frequency, I consider the most sensible benchmark is where people no longer require a timetable or time their trips around specific services, and that's referred to as a turn up and go service. Most commentary about that suggests a service needs to run every 10 minutes at the bare minimum to meet that standard. These concepts of rapid transit, turn up and go, and the 10-minute benchmark they're linked in many policy documents and marketing materials, and that includes those of Let's Get Wellington Moving. There's also some empirical evidence supporting 10 minutes as the threshold for behavioural change, the point at which people actually ditch the timetable. Obviously, the Johnsonville line falls far short of this, especially in the off-peak. On service speed, in my assessment, I considered a sensible standard is to compare the rail option with car and bus travel. So the key point, in my view, is the Johnsonville line is time competitive with driving only for a very small proportion of trips by local residents. I think 5 to 10% of trips, in my reckoning, are time competitive with driving. The reason being, obviously, many trips don't end near Wellington railway station, so an interchange is required. And furthermore, the actual speed of the train is so slow. As a consequence, except at peak times, driving is always faster. I think that is broadly agreed between my evidence and Andrew Wharton's. For most stations on the line, as you're aware, bus travel is often faster as well, which is obvious reason that the line is lightly used at present and has spare capacity at present. On my assessment of capacity, I look at it 2 ways. One is to say that a rapid transit service should move more people than an ordinary lane of road traffic, which is the rationale for upzoning the catchment, the service catchment in particular. But the Johnsonville line cannot do that. Its capacity is around about on par with an arterial road, an arterial single lane road. And some examples of that are Oriental Parade or Chatos Street to Karori. That's the benchmark for what Jabil does in terms of people movement. And I think that's not a sensible benchmark for a high capacity service to meet the NPSUD criteria.
Use the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You took quite quickly.
Yeah.
It's not
I was conscious of time, but I'll try and speak more clearly as well. The second way I approach capacity is to forecast the growth in patronage based on Wellington Council's population growth projections. And I find that unless the key roads out of the catchment area, like Noronga Gorge, Naya Gorge, Onslow Road, can handle 30% or more vehicles at peak time in line with population growth in proportion to population growth, then I expect the growth in rail demand as drivers avoid congestion by shifting to the train will quickly exceed the spare capacity on the line. On those grounds, I don't think the line has a high capacity. And this is an important point, I think, because it contrasts with Wellington Council's evidence. So Wellington Council, Andrew Wharton's reports agree that capacity will eventually be breached, but we have reached different views about the time frame for that. The key methodological difference is that my estimation is based on road demand that cannot be satisfied by the roads, the local roads, spilling over into rail demand. So some natural road shift as drivers seek to avoid congestion. If that occurs to any moderate degree, the rail line will breach capacity quickly. The second part of my evidence is on the consequences of rapid transit classification, the real world effects. And I've highlighted 3 in my evidence statement. First and most important is almost a premise that a lot of these discussions go to. The most important is that, in my view, additional upzoning will not make any difference to overall housing supply in Wellington or housing affordability in Wellington. It will simply move development from elsewhere in Wellington to the Johnsonville line catchment. That can seem counterintuitive, but the reason is that zoning is not a binding constraint on the overall rate of new housing supply across Wellington. New supply is limited in the short term by construction sector capacity. These are well known, and in the longer term, it's limited by private profit incentives. In other words, it's often more profitable to hold on to land bank, than to develop. It seems counterintuitive that zoning, which is a restriction on the density of any given site, might not be restricting new supply in the aggregate. But we can see evidence for that in the fact that even under the current district plan, only 1 in every 35 sites that are currently zoned for housing and are currently profitable to develop are actually developed in any given year. So clearly the market chooses to develop is independent of what is actually allowed to be developed. And a critical point is it's not some simple ratio of the zoned capacity that gets turned into actual housing every year. Yeah.
Can you just repeat that figure and where that comes from?
Yeah, certainly. So the housing development capacity assessment for the current district plan has Wellington with around, I think, 100,000 zoned, 100,000 dwellings worth of zoned capacity. And Property Economics, the consultant to Wellington Council, estimates how many of those sites would be profitable to develop today, to buy off the existing owner and develop up to the zoned limits. And they estimate that 35,000 dwellings could be developed today and turn a profit. And Wellington, development in Wellington runs at about 1,000 a year. So we have 1,000 houses built out of a 35,000 pool of sites. Essentially, a developer reaches into a bucket with 35 balls and pulls out 1, or a bucket with 35,000 balls and pulls out 1,000. Now, the amount they choose to pull out is a factor of their expected profits today versus land banking and holding on to it tomorrow. And that speed limit is not that, it's a private sector speed limit. It's not throttled by zoning, in other words. That's the reason that I argue all that zoning, upzoning, additional upzoning around the Jabil catchment will do is move more people away from wherever they otherwise would have lived, Te Aro, Mount Vic, wherever, towards the Johnsonville catchment. Therefore, in my view, the desirability of the consequences of further upzoning around Jabil is really about how those people will live around the Jabil catchment, how they will travel versus how they would live and travel elsewhere. My point on that is that if you move people from elsewhere to the Jabil catchment, they are more likely to travel by car, based on current mode share figures, which are predominantly derived from census data that Lawrence mentioned. So I estimate that for every 100 additional work trips originating in the Lion catchment, there will be 24 more by car, meaning 24 fewer by public transport or active modes than if the development occurred elsewhere. Those figures are derived by looking at capacity provided by the proposed district plan across the different suburbs of Wellington, comparing that to the mode shares of current residents. So in other words, in short, upzoning around the line actually works against the objectives of a compact city with less car travel, and it does nothing for emissions. The final point I would add is that given the sort of evident limited quality of the line as expressed in commuter behaviour, I expect that population growth will lead to a lot more car trips and in consequence will significantly reduce the functioning of the local roads, and that includes for buses, which are more heavily patronised than the train for residents in the area at present. I also note that no modelling has been produced to suggest otherwise, and in other words, I've seen no traffic impact assessment of how upzoning in these suburbs would change demand for road use and how the roads would cope. It strikes me as an oversight that this hasn't been produced as evidence for you to rely on. And that concludes really the summary of what I wanted to say. I'm happy to take questions, of course.
One issue that I wanted to focus on was your testing frequency by turn up and go.
Yeah.
That seems, I'd like you to explain why they're synonymous, because it seems you're substituting different test for the one on the face of the NPSUD and then going to some lengths to explain why the different test is not satisfied. But I want to understand, why are they one and the same?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because there is no, the way I've expressed it is rapid transit is not a well-defined concept. You can't go to an international body and find the downloadable standards for what defines rapid transit. This concept is, I mean, even the phrase is only really used in New Zealand. Some people sometimes refer to metro style services. So we, you are in the business of reaching a view about an appropriate frequency criteria to achieve rapid transit. There's a couple of points I'll raise. One is that I think linking rapid transit and turn up and go is implicit in much of the policy thinking, and including in marketing materials and project planning. When people describe a project as rapid transit, they usually mean it has this property that you throw away the timetable. Let's go out to moving as a prime example. So it's linked in the minds of many people. It's also important because that behavioural change of moving from a timetable to no timetable is a step change in quality of service. And it's that step change in the quality of service that causes a step change in patronage and mode share of public transport over driving. So as I understand the NPSUD's objectives, they are centred on mode switch, and the big mode switch happens at the 10-minute frequency threshold. So I think that's why turn up and go, and 10 minutes being really what the evidence suggests is the threshold behaviourally for turn up and go. That's why I think that is a sensible way to approach the rapid transit definition. I would note also that Auckland Transport's rapid transit baseline chooses its own rapid transit criteria. They note that 10 minutes is a true rapid transit frequency, but they settle on 15 minutes as, I suppose, a compromise for the purposes of ensuring that at least some of their lines are rapid transit. And even against the Auckland Transport criteria, Johnsonville doesn't meet the Auckland Transport frequency, criteria. The Johnsonville line doesn't meet that. So my argument that JVOL is not a rapid transit frequency doesn't solely hinge on defining rapid transit as turn up and go and on the 10-minute threshold. On Auckland Transport's definition, which is 15 minutes between 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening, Johnsonville also fails to meet that.
Following up on that question, my observation, one of the differences between Auckland and Wellington is that Wellington has a long history of commuter rail usage, whereas Auckland appears to be striving to achieve that. Are the Auckland standards applicable? Yes, of course, we can look to Auckland and derive some guidance, but Wellington Rail comes from a different place, different history.
Look, yeah, I appreciate the question. I think the answer to a definitional question, what constitutes rapid transit, I don't know if that can be answered by looking to the objectives that a rail operator has or that a city has for its public transport network. I'm not sure that redefining something simply doesn't change how people behave. I don't myself see that Wellington is in a different position vis-a-vis trying to induce public transport use, a different position to Auckland, such that we ought to adopt looser standards here or more generous standards as to what applies as rapid transit.
Down the other end.
Can I just ask one that was just to do with that, what you were asking? Sorry, just quickly, the turn up and go, that being a sort of a switch in life. What about off peak? So you were talking about,
It's,
you were talking about, that wasn't necessarily just on peak,
no, I think
it was just a,
turn up and go as a frequency threshold for what constitutes rapid transit. I think the point of a turn up and go service is you don't think about timetables.
Yeah,
That's when behavioural change happens, whether it's
just
7
clarifying
a.m.
that it
or
does apply to.
11 a.m. Yeah, I consider it applies all day.
Yeah, cool, thanks.
Effectively, that I'd note also that Auckland Transport had a frequency criteria that applies over the whole day. They've realised the importance of frequent off-peak travel in driving traveller behavioural change. So they don't have separate criteria for what constitutes rapid transit frequency in peak or off-peak. They have a single criteria between 7 and 7.
One quick question. Thank you. Earlier in Mr. Bignell's evidence, there was a comment made that I really resonated with, that RTS needs to have operational frequency that you can increase and decrease capacity when demand, etc. My question for you is, if we don't define this particular area as an RTS, will that inhibit future development to enable us to get to the point that was shared by Mr. Bignell earlier? Like if I'm looking 10, 15 years from now, does it being labelled an RTS enable or empower those decisions to be made which would get us to that point, or would it not matter?
Look, if there were a credible label, if there were a credible plan that Johnsonville Rail will be upgraded to significantly better service, perhaps property developers would respond by building more in Johnsonville, and perhaps that extra population would then justify or come close to justifying on a cost benefit test those upgrades. I don't know if, well, look, it depends on whether the label rapid transit is seen to mean anything. If rapid transit, I suppose, is seen to be used just as a lever for upzoning, then I think developers would necessarily put housing on the promise if there were concrete, tangible plans for additional services. I can't speak, of course, to engineering and the costs versus the benefits of that. I just note, to reiterate what Don Wignell said, that there are zero plans, including in that rail program business case. My background is cost benefit analysis heavily in transport, and the benefit cost ratios of the identified investments, predominantly on Hut and Kapiti, are not enormous. They are low, I guess. They seem to be worthwhile. They're above 1 in terms of benefit cost ratio, but they're low. That nothing was identified for Johnsonville falling in that category, I think indicates that it's one way of inferring that there are no quick wins on the upgrade. Ultimately, that's a technical engineering question. What is possible and at what cost?
If it was an RTS and a plan was developed tomorrow, would it be better off being classified as an RTS or not? Yeah, I recognise there's no plan now, so I get that, and I recognise there hasn't been a plan for it. If next year a plan is developed, would it be classified as an RTS? Help, enable, or hinder that?
Look, I would answer it first of all saying whether it's labelled RTS or not clearly doesn't change the service. Whether it's labelled RTS or not doesn't really add any particular ability for developers to develop around the line. So that 19,000 to 20,000 point, we're now in the realm of converting 19 to 20. MDRS lets you build a 3x3 with MDRS criteria. It strikes me, given the typology of the area, that probably most developers are going to use the MDRS, and it's the difference between 19 and 20. And look, I guess the second thing is just to reiterate my point that whether promises are credible would determine whether developers act to develop at higher density. I'll also repeat my point that this is really discussing where housing goes in Wellington, not how much we have of it.
I've got just one question for you. You have actually compared the capacity on the line with the arterial road in your assessment. Now, since capacity is a critical factor, obviously, that has been discussed several times now, you are saying that the line can actually move 2,000 passengers per hour, whereas that is compared to 18,000 people per day on the road. Now, it's a very vague number, I think, if I can say so, because first of all, is that in peak hours? You know, and how much is it in peak hours? Because only that can be compared then to the 2,000. And the second question is, what's the occupancy in the car? Are you estimating that everybody travels on their own, as often people do? Or is there an average of 4 people in a car? Or how does it compare? To me, it doesn't quite make sense, that comparison.
Yeah, you've identified a good point, which is I've had a rough comparison as an indicative, as an indication of roughly where the Johnsonville line falls in the hierarchy of roads. There was a hierarchy from highways down to, goat tracks. And somewhere in there, there's something called an arterial road. And you can see examples around Wellington of that. Now, I haven't looked, for example, at individual vehicle average occupancy to convert the arterial figure to passenger equivalent on the train. I've also taken a broad approach of not looking at train capacity in the off-peak hours when the demand isn't there. This is a rough figure based on approximate distribution of when people travel and the capacity that the Johnsonville line can offer at that peak time when the vast majority of people travel. So, I guess that's hopefully answers your question. It's the comparison of capacity between train and road. There's no exact science in it. This is to try and provide the closest analogy for what Johnsonville is. That is, if the capacity of Johnsonville is seen as a reason to zone for high density, there's a lot of other places served by arterial roads in Wellington that have equal on transport grounds capacity to justify density.
Thanks very much.
That's something that might be helpful. On page 17 of the paper that we wrote, the RTS analysis, we have a graph which is from the Auckland Rapid Transit baseline where they compare general traffic lanes, buses, trains, etc. And the Johnsonville line falls right at the bottom end of capacity compared to heavy rail.
Just a quick question. You say in your evidence that you say there's no plans to improve the frequency, etc. Business cases to date have not identified them. Can you be specific about what business cases were you referring to?
Yes, so the one last year, the Wellington Rail Program business case, I think July 2022, and the predecessor of that business case was 2013. It was called the Regional Rail Program. No specific plans are in either for the Johnsonville line.
What was the source of the July 2022?
Sorry, the name, the Wellington Rail Program business case.
Assessment, was it?
Greater Wellington Regional Council, I think, in collaboration with Kiwi
I
Rail.
referred to it in my 2-pager.
And you'll find a link in my evidence as well.
Paragraph 19G.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Helm, I've just got a couple of clarifications, but before I do, I just want to settle something on my own mind. We've been talking about RTS. I'm looking at the definition. There's been a focus on rail. Is that should that be the sole focus? I mean, can road services qualify as RTS also?
Well, there's two answers really. One is how the NPSUD lists rapid transit, which requires a dedicated corridor to constitute
Well, it talks about a transport service that operates on a permanent route, brackets, road or rail.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I missed the dedicated corridor
Well,
point.
I mean, I'll read the whole thing. Means an existing or planned frequent, quick, reliable and high capacity public transport service that operates on a permanent route, road or rail that is largely separated from other traffic. Is that the differentiation?
Now, I think you'd have to ask the NPS framers exactly what they meant, whether a bus service.
Does a bus service on a dedicated bus line, for example, does that?
But on broad urban economics and transport grounds, it doesn't matter whether the thing is made of steel or aluminium.
No.
It's what it does. And if a bus shares a road that is very lightly travelled by car vehicle traffic and that bus can travel at quick speeds, then there is your rationale for encouraging development at the origin of that bus route. So simply there's no good reason for having a mode distinction.
No.
This is ultimately about reliability. I mean, in fact, the criteria of reliability captures, if you like, the impact of mingling with other traffic, as a bus might do. Some of Wellington's bus routes, as you're aware from taking them, they have a frequency that's high, 10 minutes or better.
Yes.
And as far as I know, they haven't been considered for rapid transit status. Potentially, many of them have faster speeds, potentially as good or better reliability, obviously higher frequency, and the capacity question.
Yes, I think we heard that from Ms. Ward earlier today.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And that's my own experience, obviously, as I shared with the group today. Okay, thank you for that. And just in terms of your evidence, you've been very careful in outlining what material you've relied on, and I appreciate that. That's important. Have you relied on Mr. Wignall's evidence to any extent in your?
No, I haven't at all. Not at all.
And have you had a chance to look at the evidence of other people that have commented on RTS in terms of the Johnsonville line? I'm thinking of the two witnesses for Waka Kotahi, Mr. Cribbins and one other gentleman.
I've looked at Andrew Wharton's, I think it's Andrew Wharton, or the council's section 32 and I think section 46 reports. I haven't relied on.
Did you realise you had an opportunity to provide rebuttal on those other submitted evidence?
I wasn't aware of that.
No.
No. Okay. And I have no comment on those submissions.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a quick question. In paragraph 65 of your evidence, you talk about a walk and wait time, the true trip origin being an important part of the equation. Could you just explain why that should be part of the equation and why it's important?
Yes, certainly. The context was that Wellington Council's estimation of whether rail line was faster or slower than driving didn't incorporate walk and wait time, or perhaps one early iteration of that evidence looked at the trip as if a commuter lived at the train station and worked at the Wellington train station. Now, the reason that walk and wait time ought to be incorporated is that it's a genuine part of the mode choice calculus for a commuter. So we typically in transport modelling, for example, transport demand modelling, we incorporate walk and wait time in the, if you like, the equations that try to predict as closely as possible how people will respond to a service change. So it's well recognised in transport planning, certainly transport modelling, transport economics, that walk and wait time has a cost, and that cost is influences commuter behaviour. So from the point of view of whether the service is adequately rapid to be attractive and then attract high mode share upon densification of the area, the walk and wait time has to be relevant.
And do you have a view on what that is in terms of being appropriate to facilitate more people using that service? Should it be the walk wait time 5, 10 minutes, 15? Do you have a view on what that should be?
Look, it depends on the speed of the alternatives. So I don't, for example, in off-peak, for most destinations, the Johnsonville line will never be attractive because of that speed, regardless of whether you live at Box Hill Station and are travelling to Wellington Railway Station. So I don't have a strong view, and to the extent it bears on walking catchments, I don't have any particular view to offer. I suppose I would only note there's just a great diversity in personal behaviours about how much walking is desirable, and I empathise with your task of reaching a view about appropriate walking catchments.
Yeah, just a couple. Just in your summary of your evidence at para 17, where you say classifying Johnsonville line rapid transit will reduce citywide housing density, and I think you did explain it. Could be that it's the after lunch session, or I know I read your original evidence on that, but I'm a little bit confused about why you got to the figure that if there was, say, 5-minute walking distance, which provided 6 stories around these, that you're going to get so small a potential number.
So the view about reducing citywide housing density is really a comparison of, if you like, the distance of the Jabil catchment from the CBD compared to the suburbs expected to otherwise take the development activity. And at the back of my evidence, I think I've included a table which shows the estimated development capacity across the different suburbs. That would be table 2. Yes. Listed by development capacity. So you can see that the top suburbs for development capacity, if you like, allowed for under the PDP are Te Aro, Wellington Central as the top 2. There's a really significant amount of capacity allowed here. Now, if some of the development that would otherwise go here, probably in quite high density typologies, housing typologies, were to be in the Johnsonville line, further from the city, and at probably lower density housing typologies, then you've reduced effectively the density of the population.
Okay. We heard from Mr. Osborne yesterday, and we did ask him some questions about his figures in terms of overall capacity being theoretical capacity and then realisable capacity and so forth, and what he based realisable capacity. As an economist, and he's an economist, you had no particular problem with his views on that.
Yeah.
And we answered, and we did ask him about this whole realisable capacity, about whether or not that considered things like the agglomeration of sites. Okay, so you want to build 6 stories, you're not going to do that on a 400 square metre section. You need to have a decent bit of land before you actually go up. And he said, well, the realisable capacity, I understand, and it was you put in topography because you don't want 15 high metre retaining walls and so forth, or whatever, earthworks being a problem. From your perspective, and because the property economics predictions are pretty important in terms of development capacity and what Wellington will need into the future, do you have any views on the methodology, whether you might have underestimated or overestimated capacity? Because that will then transfer itself over to the areas where there needs to be over MDRS intensification levels. Have you got any view on that?
So certainly there's no views that are in the context of this sort of narrow question that I've taken for my client. I'm not aware, obviously, of his comments yesterday, but I can comment in general terms on these development capacity concepts. One is that, as best I'm aware, the calculation of feasible capacity, which is the subset of zoned capacity, takes each site, as best I'm aware, as a given and looks at what a developer would most profitably develop on that site. It's my understanding that that doesn't allow for potential agglomeration, which, if zoning rules allowed it, would therefore mean that more can be built than the estimates of feasible capacity indicate. So I would suggest on that basis that the estimates of feasible capacity are an underestimate, but there's potential larger amount of feasible capacity. I also look, I've used realisable capacity in some of the calculations and references in my evidence because it is the concept most commonly referred to in a lot of these planning documents. These are quite, I'd make the point they're quite novel concepts. The concept of realisable capacity is it's a rubbery one in a sense. It's the analyst's estimate to figure out why development opportunities that are feasible, that could be developed for profit today, are not occurring. And there's a rounding down to take account of reasons, which can be a little amorphous as to why those feasible sites aren't being developed. I'd also make the point that they're not necessarily static concepts. Take feasible capacity and imagine next year an enormous number of developers decided to develop. That would cut the prices of housing by a lot. And a lot of those other sites that were feasible would no longer be feasible to develop. So the actual rate of building, what that does to prices, determines the feasible capacity. So I don't think there's, like it's going really beyond there. I'm not sure it's going to be critical for your rapid transit decision.
Sure.
They're interesting concepts and they are hard to apply. And I know there are some questions that novel concepts.
I think the foundation of the question was that I just had intuitively couldn't quite understand why you considered within the walkable catchments of these rail stations that it will be such a low number of additional realised.
Yeah.
And I think you've answered that. I think you also, some people say economics is more an art than a science. I think you've also indicated to us some of the differences in terms of the inputs that go into it and some of the outputs and some of the expectations and so forth that there are.
Bellinger, running behind time, we need a cup of tea, but I suggest that you make whatever suggestions you'd like to make. We'll have a cup of tea, we'll come back and ask you any questions. Ask those waiting patiently in the back to wait a little more patiently.
Yeah. I like one question if I think about on the break.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Bellinger, one of the things that I think I particularly want you to comment on is paragraphs 12 and 13 of Dr. Helm's evidence, where he basically says stick to the criteria and the definition and make an assessment on those. Don't be sidetracked by policy documents which were written for another purpose. Just the legal efficacy of that argument is of interest to me.
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, as I see it,
your break.
Yeah. I sort of saw there being kind of three legal issues, and I was I can sort of summarise what they are very quickly, and then perhaps with a cup of tea. So one legal issue is the word and whether that means and. One legal issue that's been raised is, can the Johnsonville line be a rapid transit service at some stops but not others? Third legal issue is, what is the relevance, if any, of improvements that aren't planned? But I'll also add to my submission after the break the point you just raised about those other documents. So shall I speak to those issues now, or is it time for a break?
We'll have a cup of tea and we'll be back at 1:30.
Yeah, thank you.
Some of us in need break.
Resume the hearing, Mr. Ballinger.
Thank you, Chair. So as I mentioned just before we broke for tea, I think there are 4 legal issues that I should address you on, and I was planning to cover those as part of my skeleton that I handed up before. So the first legal issue is whether and means and I'd like to sort of address that in the framework of I suppose a balance between whether you are, to the extent to which you'll be guided by an overall impression or judgment of the Johnsonville line, and the extent to which you're going to be looking sort of in more detail and analysing the expert evidence that's come before you. And I should say at this point, my clients and the other submitters here are really appreciative that you are taking the time to test the expert evidence really closely. They really see that as important. So that your overall impression of the Johnsonville line is a sort of a broad judgment, but that needs to be informed by the definition in the NPSUD, which has 4 sort of primary criteria that all need to be met, as well as some other sort of words around those. Mr. Wharton, in his section 42A report, suggested that the word and might be sort of watered down to some extent. My submission is that is wrong. And means and it can't be reworded or done in a more sort of flexible way. So each of the 4 qualities needs to be present for it to be a rapid transit service. The other point I wanted to make about the definition of rapid transit service is that the makers of the NPSUD could have said simply that all metro rail is a rapid transit service or something like that. They didn't do so, and they gave you these 4 criteria and the definition as it is, and so that's what needs to be applied here. So that's the first legal issue I was going to address. The second legal issue then, which is at 1.2 of my skeleton, addresses your query, Commissioner McMahon. That's about the status of other planning or guidance documents. I was going to focus on the RLTP. My submission is that that document should be given minimal weight. The NPSUD gives the RLTP a specific and narrow role, and that narrow role is to help you with identifying any planned rapid transit services. In my view, if the RLTP had defined a planned rapid transit service, then it would need to provide enough information for you to assess whether it meets the NPSUD criteria. So you'd need an indication of its capacity and frequency, as well as it, and by being in that transport planning document, there would be a level of certainty that that planned transport line would be funded. So we don't have that here for the Let's Get Welly Moving project, and the council isn't seeking for that to be defined as a rapid transit service. So that's the limited role that the RLTP has in defining rapid transit services. It's to help you with things that don't yet exist.
If you don't mind, just on that point, so when the RLTP defines it as a rapid transport service, but you say we should only give that limited weight, what does that mean?
That it's, I'm probably just rewording what I said before, but it's not very helpful for you, and that your focus should be on the expert evidence mostly on the 4 characteristics in the definition.
Yes. Is it defining it as rapid transit service for a different audience or another purpose?
Yes, it's defining it for the purposes of transport planning and funding decisions, rather than essentially land use planning, which is what we're looking at here. Okay. The other problem I see with giving too much weight to the RLTP is, as Mr. Collingbourne has explained, it was based on an earlier version of the One Network framework as its sort of sole input, and that version of the One Network framework said all Metro Rail is PT1 without assessing frequency, so it doesn't help you with the NPSUD criteria. So that's the second issue around the status and weight to be given to that document. And just to sort of follow on, I suppose, from those first two issues, because you cannot, in my submission, give significant weight to the RLTP or other planning documents, that in my view highlights the need and value for expert evidence, which is what you've heard today, and we'll hear from other submitters, including the council. The next legal issue I was going to address you on is at 1.5 of my skeleton. There were a few questions and comments yesterday about the possibility that the Johnsonville line could be a rapid transit service from some stops but not others, and that came from Mr. Wharton's evidence that he does not consider the service as quick from the outermost three stations. And you'll have seen in my legal submissions I filed about a week ago that I agree in theory that is a possible outcome, and that a rapid transit service may not be experienced as such from some stops, but it could be from others. So that is an option available to you on the definitions, but my client's position and my submission is that when you look at the expert evidence, the rapid transit, the Johnsonville line does not come close enough to meeting the criteria overall, and so it is not a rapid transit service.
Does it come close enough for the lower stations?
No, it's not my client's position, no. Yeah, so I think that there's probably the parties aren't too far apart between the council and my client on the quick criterion and how that's applied by comparing travel times. But my client's position is that the capacity and the frequency are not close enough. So that's the third of the legal issues I was going to address you on. The last one was at 1.6 of my skeleton, and that's the extent to which you can take into account improvements to the frequency or capacity of the line. My reading of the NPSUD is that its definitions essentially resolve what I think Commissioner Schofield, you described as a bit of a chicken and egg problem, that housing might only get built if there is a good quality transport service, and the transport service will only get funded if there's enough demand for it in the form of people living there. So that chicken egg situation, in my view, is resolved by the very clear definition of planned, which is that the rapid transit service needs to be planned in an RLTP in order to enable or to engage policy 3C. Commissioner Dace, you raised a point in some questions earlier this afternoon about the possibility that the RLTP might essentially catch up in its next iteration in 3 or 6 years' time, and that there might, if you say the Johnsonville line is a rapid transit service at this point in time, then that might then trigger funding to be enabled or available to fund improvements. My submission is that's not an available interpretation of the policy statement. You need to look at the current RLTP and what, if any, improvements or new services are funded in that document. And just to wrap up that point, I think Mr. Wharton acknowledged that there are no improvements to the service frequency or capacity of the line that are planned in the RLTP. So this means that you need to look at the Johnsonville line as it is at the moment, and there are no relevant possible future improvements that you can take into account. So that wraps up my legal submissions on the Johnsonville line. I had one point to make on the walkable catchments issue. You'll have seen my skeleton. I've got 4 points there, I suppose, but I just wanted to focus on the last one, and it's just a small point that has occurred to me in the last day or so. When I was cross-examining Mr. Wharton yesterday, I asked about the basis for the Box Hill walkable catchment being 10 minutes, and this is on the assumption that Johnsonville is a rapid transit service. So if my client, if that's the view that you form, then as I explained before, there would need to be a walkable catchment around those stops, to the extent you consider they are stops, rapid transit stops. So in my submission, there is an anomaly in how Box Hill has been treated. The justification for it being 10 minutes when the two stations either side of it are 5 is, according to Mr. Wharton, that there's a local centre zone and shops to the south of Box Hill. And in my submission, that may justify extending the walkable catchment towards the south, but it doesn't towards the north of that station. Those are my the points I wanted to cover today in terms of legal submissions, but I'm happy to obviously take any questions on the presentation that my client and the other two submitters have made this afternoon.
2 questions from me, Mr. Ballinger. I asked Mr. Whittington the definitional question. What does "and" mean?
Yes.
And what would "and" normally mean in a definition?
It means "and" that all 4 of or more of the things in the list need to be there.
And he made the point, well, that's clearly your starting point is that that's what it means, but there are lots of cases that interpret "and" to mean "or." What's your answer to that response?
Yes, I had a look at those cases just earlier today. I wouldn't say there's a lot of them, but yes, they are out there. In order for that to, so the "and" means "or" to be an available sort of way of reading it, what the cases say on that is that's an option if otherwise the language or the definition would not make any sense. So that's the situation in which "and" can sometimes mean "or" vice versa. In my submission, we just don't have that here. The definition works perfectly well as it is without rewording. The other, I suppose, difficulty is that on the council's case, I don't think they are really saying that "and" means "or," because if you were to say that it needs to be high capacity, quick, reliable, and frequent, but "and" is "or," then my reading of that would be that only one of the 4 needs to apply. And I don't understand the council to be saying that 1 out of 4 is good enough. So the council seems to be saying that having sort of a mishmash of some of the 4, but not quite all of them is enough. And so that's not really "and," it's not really "or." So I just don't think it's a tenable interpretation.
It's really saying near enough is good enough, so long as it's not many of the criteria.
Yeah, and I think that's just reading a few too many words into the definition.
The other question I had relates to literally the last paragraph of your written submissions, concluding that the argument that the walking distance from where people get off rapid transit supports a 5-minute catchment size. And I was pondering in my mind the Auckland situation where the train terminus is at Britomart, And if you're going to walk to the top of Queen Street, or even halfway up where a number of legal offices are located, among others,
Yep.
that's going to take you quite a while. That would suggest that all of the Auckland stations should have 5 minute walkable catchments around them too. Is this an argument that takes you too far?
No, because so in the sort of scenario you're looking at there, I suppose the walk up Queen Street in Auckland, that is sort of within the city centre zone, and so the walkable catchment are, yeah, I suppose that what the point of my submission in that last paragraph was that you need to take into account that there will be a time and walking cost to get to the rapid transit stop in the suburb that you live in, then time spent on the rapid transit service, and then time in the city centre zone walking to work or whatever your end destination is. And so if you when you are calibrating the sizes of the walkable catchments, you need to take into account that overall trip time and degree of effort as well, if 2 or more of the legs are walking. I'm not sure if that quite addresses your point, but I don't think that I think it's 5 minutes, I suppose, to get to your suburban station is in my submission reasonable, and then there's the additional travel time after that.
Any other questions from commissioners?
I just want, can you, the partial rapid transport thing, rapid transit, sorry, thing that you mentioned that it could be done, but your client didn't support it.
Yes.
How can it be done and fit the definition of the NPSUD? Because I don't see anything in there that says part of it can be, it considers the line as a whole, and it uses the criteria to assess the whole. So how could you carve off part and still be consistent with the policy statement?
So if you look at the definition of rapid, so start with policy 6C, that says a walkable catchment around rapid transit stops. Then if you go to rapid transit stops, that's a place where a person can enter or exit a rapid transit service. So my reading of that is that the person entering at that particular stop needs to experience it as a rapid transit service. So people that are already on the train or get on later might experience it as having the required qualities, but at a particular stop, it might not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellinger. Thank you very much for you and your team, the Onslow residents, Mrs. Ward. We appreciate your input, and I should say you've given us quite a lot to think about.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is Mr. Ruane.
No.
Yes.
My name is Ruane. Specifically how those relate to universal design and accessibility. I'm going to go over my presentation for the project that I put
Is the light green is being?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, apologies. That's better. Sorry about that. Yeah, within the submission that I put forward, there were I made some comments around the definition section, specifically around the way that universal design is mentioned within the proposed district plan, but there's no definition of it. And it's my submission that if the proposed district plan is going to use the words universal design, then it needs to define it, because if we don't define something, then we ultimately leave it up to our council officers to interpret it. And that's where we've got into some issues previously, when we've left it up to our council officers to define things, and specifically around an issue like universal design, where, to be perfectly blunt, we don't have the internal capacity to be able to understand what these concepts mean. So if it's defined within the plan, there's no room for error. So I've provided a universally accepted definition of universal design. These things are not new. They were universally understood throughout the globe. For your consideration. Just moving forward to accessibility, I make the same point around accessibility, because we don't even mention the word accessibility within the proposed district plan, but that's a key concept around housing, around transport, urban planning and design. So if we're going to be using these concepts, we need to define them. Otherwise, we leave them up to our officers to define. So I've introduced a key internationally accepted definition of accessibility, that if we're working from that concept, everyone understands what that means into my submission. I just want to shift tack a little bit into some other areas that I've submitted on, into areas that relate to how concepts like universal design and accessibility are applied within the proposed district plan. I'm going to focus a little bit on individual words like the previous submitter did, and drill down onto the use of the word should. There seems to be a lot of the use of the word should in the proposed district plan. So I've proposed that we should change the use of the word should in many instances to the use of the word must, because that sends an instruction back to our council around how they are to interpret certain instances. So there are many instances here where the instruction is should, and that leaves a mighty wide interpretation for our officers about what the instruction is. If we change that tiny little word to must, that changes the whole instruction that goes back to our officers. I think the most pertinent example I will quote to commissioners is from section G133. Section G133 reads, where possible, provide ground level access that is accessible by people using wheelchairs and design units with reference to New Zealand standards for access and mobility. That seems fairly innocuous in and of itself. I would suggest that G133 should be changed to provide ground level access that is accessible by people using wheelchairs and design units which is compliant with the New Zealand design standards for access and mobility. That's quite an obvious change there, but we've gone from what I suggest that we should be compliant with our law. We shouldn't just reference it. We don't reference our law in other areas, but we seem to find it okay in our proposed district plan to reference accessibility as something that we can potentially, maybe, hopefully achieve. This is something that we should absolutely be trying to do. So those are the big points that I really wanted to make. I'm more than happy to take questions, but if commissioners are happy to take the submission as read.
We'll see if we've got any questions, Commissioner Faulkner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ruane, for your coming along today and walking us through that. I've got a quick question about your first point around the definition of universal design. Can you point me to an example in the plan where universal design is? I was trying to do it quick because you were saying it's used quite often, but it doesn't have a definition. Can you give me an example of one, just one place within the plan where I could find universal design that you're referring to?
Yes, I can actually. I was just looking. It's within the section APP7 temporary activities and event management plan. There's a reference within subsection 8, demonstrate how the event will subsection B utilize universal design principles in the design and operation of the event.
Yes, yes.
So that's what we're talking about when we say that the PDP references universal design principles, but it doesn't actually then go that next step to define them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually see that it's listed as part of that it's been addressed. So there's
What does it say?
It would have been addressed in the section.
Well, you don't know.
No, well, I just wanted to know.
Okay.
I just wonder if that definition might be part of another hearing stream, and that may be why. But is it only definitions across the whole plan?
Well, it could be, but I think we've got to ask the staff that.
Yeah.
But so sorry
Yeah,
for the
sorry.
internal conversation,
Yeah.
Mr. Ruane. We're interested, thinking the 42A author hasn't specifically addressed that, and so we're wondering why that is and whether he's going to address it or one of his colleagues is going to address it in another hearing stream. I think that I've written in my pad that we need to ask them that. Where is it? Where is their explanation? And so I think that's the way forward. You've set out your stall clearly what you're asking for and why, and we just need to find out what the staff think and why if they don't think it's a good idea, why they don't think it's a good idea. And
you've provided the definitions, which
Yes.
is very helpful.
Yes.
Just one other point about the use of should. I was always brought up that, should is a terrible word and you should never use it.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you around the definitional nature of it, but what I think is occurring is that officers are tending to use the word should because it provides an opportunity for a less restrictive policy response, particularly around accessibility, because you will receive feedback from stakeholder groups, particularly the business community, that to provide a more restrictive response from, particularly around accessibility, it will be a cost prohibitive response. And we hear that response all the time, and we don't accept that response in other policy areas, and we should not accept that response in this policy area. We don't accept that response around health and safety. We don't accept that response around our building code accessibility to one side. So we should be absolutely staunch around allowing this type of definition to move into a more prescriptive response, and it's this through this type of forum. I don't know what's happened.
Run out of battery.
Run out of juice.
It's through making these types of changes that enable that type of response to become more prescriptive.
Commissioner Day, any questions?
Yeah, quick one. Accessibility issues have been at the forefront of wider building for a considerable period of time. Do you think that the Building Act goes far enough to, particularly in terms of public buildings and spaces and so forth?
Short answer, no.
Of access, it doesn't.
No, short answer. What we have within the Building Act is the NZ 4121 code, and short answer, no, that doesn't go far enough. Because the building code is over, NZ 4121 is over 20 years old. It needs to be updated. It needs to be reflective of the conditions that we find ourselves in today. So unfortunately, that doesn't go far enough.
Okay.
We need to drive the changes through the type of plan that is sitting before this group here in local government, because ultimately local government is the largest landlord within this area here in Wellington, has the greatest opportunity to drive the greatest amount of change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruane. I had no questions. We really appreciate you, as you say, waiting patiently in the rear and coming to talk to us. As they don't worry about the mic, we're approaching the end of the day and we're running out of energy all over the show.
Appreciate it. And thank you very much for taking the time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrer.
You're the people. Is this?
No,
it's
died. So
yeah, it does, mate. I'm on here. I'm on here.
So just talk loudly.
Oh, I'm usually good at that. Look, I'm just here to talk about the 10-15 minute walking catchments around the city.
Yeah.
And what I find a little bit strange that I think it's 2021 the council sort of proposed and put into minutes to increase it to 15 minutes, and they haven't gone ahead with it. And it's just very strange to me the way the world's going and the way the council promotes themselves with city living and close to the city, that it hasn't gone ahead. And I'm just really strongly think that it should be increased to 15 minutes. I mean, it would help more livable places in Newtown, maybe around Oriental Bay further, just all around the city. And one of the key things, I think, if, you know, lots of people, and I'm included, I come from the heart, and traffic now just totally frustrates me. And we've been looking to come in the city to apartment live for the lifestyle that the council promote, which is, you know, live in the city, good life, close to everything. And I just find that, you know, cutting that extra 5 minutes out just cuts down the opportunity of more choices of maybe apartments and that. And as I say, it just doesn't make sense to me that they wanted to do that. You know, when the rest of a lot of New Zealand, I think from memory, Christchurch, Tauranga, Hutt Valley, Auckland, you know, they've all got that 15 minutes, and we know all around the world that's the way all cities are going. But for some reason, Wellington's taken or put stop on a different situation. And as I say, me and my partner, we've been looking at coming into the city for the reasons that I said, and you know, the traffic is probably the main thing, but a different sort of lifestyle. And I just would have thought if there was, you know, supply and demand, if there was more apartment living and more livable spaces, that maybe you get a better deal. And I just see it's just a no-brainer, because it's just, and of course there's emissions that everybody is aware about of cutting down. And You know, you've all been caught in Wellington traffic and you just sit there and your car chugs away, burning, you know, carbon emission and that. And so I'm just a strong proponent of why it's not 15 minutes. As I say, it would open up so much to people up Newtown Way and around Orange Bay Way and as you get up over Northland Way. So I'm just here to ask, you know, why isn't it done and can they do it?
Well, responding initially, Mr. Farrer, the council staff have recommended that it be 15 minutes, expanded to 15 minutes around the city centre zone.
Yep.
So from your point of view, that's obviously
That's good.
big.
Yep.
We were also getting a lot of submissions suggesting to us that 15 minutes on the flat is one thing, and but 15 minutes up a big hill is quite a number in terms of defining a walkable catchment. What's your reaction to that? Is the specific question I ask you is, would you support a hybrid approach that had 15 minutes on the flat around the central city and maybe something less heading up the nearest hill? So we had earlier today people talking to us about how steep Hay Street and giving us some reasonable photos about the crampons to get up there. What's there say? What's your reaction?
Well, it's quite silly. To me, it's quite basic, really. I mean, we're living in Wellington, and anybody who lives in Wellington knows Wellington. You know, one way's flat, the next way's Mount Everest type thing. And I just think there should be people in the council that have the ability to, you know, if it takes 15 minutes to say walk up to the distance, walking up to Newtown, well, within the same distance up a hill, you know, it's just got to be a little bit different. And I would have thought this day and age, you know, common sense can, you know, it could even be more, but common sense tells me this is the city we live in. It's hilly some ways, flat the other ways, and they just come up to a system really that's common sense and just does make sense that where you live, time does alter. But, you know, it just staggers me really that when you look at the world and the city and the way the council promote themselves, come and live in the city for all sorts of reasons, and yet they sort of put that little restriction in. So I just ask that, you know, it does go to that length of time and adjust it accordingly for areas that take a little bit longer to get to, or you have to stop half an hour at my age to catch your breath and stuff like that. But the distance is still this distance of walking, as you say, around Orange Bay, easy, walk up a hill, same distance away, but you've got to stop for half an hour to catch your breath. Well, not maybe half an hour, but you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Some of us need to stop for quite a long time.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying about myself, really. Yeah, so.
Commissioners, any questions?
I'd just say it's refreshing for you to come in and talk to this topic. What does, why 15?
Well, they're just
not 18.
Exactly.
Yeah. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
I'd say why not half an hour? But you know, this is the figures. This is the time that they've mentioned. I mean, as I say, I'm repeating myself. It just staggers me how the council are pushing. You know, get as many people as we can in the city. So travel, carbon emissions. You know, help the businesses in the city. Yeah, make it longer. And of course, if you make the distance longer, people have got to walk past maybe a coffee shop, buy a chocolate bar, and it'll just help those businesses, you know, as you walk into the city. And I know a lot of younger people are taking up living in the city as a good way to live, but I think there's a lot of older people now that, you know, want to move out of where they've lived, you know, no family and that, and are tempted by the city life with its cafes and restaurants, which Wellington's built itself on. And just, you know, just putting a restriction of, you know, less opportunity to provide accommodation. As I say, the way supply and demand works, the more there is, the cheaper it's going to be in general. And I just think it can only be good if we increase the opportunity to have more housing.
Do you know, just one final question. So I note by your submission, you're out in the Hut.
Yep.
Do you know any people who live within that 15-minute walk of the city, and do they walk a lot?
They do, and you know, and I'll tell you something. I think I talk to young people, but it's not just young people. They're brought into this, and I know they live in the city and they sell a car. And this is what the council and the world in general is trying to promote. You know, live in a city, probably because of the cost of parking and there's no parking, but that's another matter. But they just don't have a car, and of course they Uber. And I think that's the direction that councils and that around the world, and we're just talking about Wellington, are trying to promote. And I just think putting any restrictions on, you know, limiting, you know, building certain heights and that in certain area is just going against what they're trying to promote. So, yeah, 15 minutes, why 15 minutes? Make it 20 minutes, you know, and because I've got no doubts that city living is going to increase. The numbers for sure are going to increase, and it's just the way the world's going and changing. So, yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farrer. We appreciate you coming to talk to us, and we hope you're successful and manage to move into town.
Okay, then. And it's good, and it's also good when you travel overseas too. It's a bit close to the airport. All good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right out. Bye.
So, Mr. Taylor.
Would you prefer to just move that side room and we can
So, Mr. Taylor, I think the first thing we need to sort out is how you're going to approach this, because you've given us what I would call a huge body of material that I have printed out and thumbed my way through. I cannot confess I have read all 652 pages, but I have noted the various elements you highlighted. So the one thing I don't want you to do is to start equally thumbing through, because we might be still here at midnight. But tell me what you do propose to do.
basically what you've got, the executive summary overview report, that's been provided to you.
Do you mean the submission?
There's the submission, and then there was this executive summary overview. It's been provided 16th of February, that's dated.
That might explain a lot.
And just to help you there, Mr. Chairman, I actually agree with you that we did end up providing you with a tremendous amount of information, and I decided that we would produce this document, which I think in the series is document, I think it's, I need to go back to my papers, but the purpose of that document was to give you the summary overview.
Well, why don't you take us through the summary overview, and we'll go from there.
Rather than the speech?
Well, you give us the speech. I think that we've agreed that you're going to talk for 20 minutes, and we're going to ask you 20 minutes of questions, if we've got 20 minutes of questions.
Sure, absolutely. There's a lot of matters concerning Johnsonville, which I'm sure
you understand. So why don't you fire into it, and at 20 minutes, the gong will ring.
Right. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to make an introduction. This is Mary Therese, and I'm Warren Taylor from the Johnsonville Community Association. So firstly, we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present JCA's position on several issues in relation to Council's plans for Johnsonville. If you want a copy of my speech, I'll arrange for a copy of
yes, please.
Jazz at the end of the session. If it would be helpful to you during the session, We have got our evidence item, that's that long list that you've referred to. If you want us to refer to those, I would personally prefer to just flow through the speech.
Please do.
Okay. And just before we start, I'd just like to add in that regard that Jazz has been a first-class operator for the JCA in working with us in relation to this hearing, given the amount of information.
Thank you.
The first issue we want to deal with is whether the Johnsonville rail line is a rapid transit service. Our view is that it is not. We acknowledge and agree with the evidence of Timothy Helm and Don Wignall. We would love to have a rapid transit service for our community, and we've said that to you, but the reality is that we are served by a slow, infrequent rail service and unreliable bus service, which is why Johnsonville has one of the highest car usages in Wellington. We agree with the NPS UD definition for a rapid transit service. I won't repeat that given the time, other than to say that we believe that it should be, the definition is an integrated suite of criteria that should be treated as a whole. It is a real pity to us that the council has failed to properly apply generally accepted best practice to this definition with its integrated suite of criteria and its assessment of whether the Johnsonville rail line meets the standards of a rapid transit service. All is not lost though. We have the example, a good process from the Auckland Council and the Auckland Transport Service about how their public transport services meet the UPS-UD rapid transit standard definition in agreement with the NPS-UD. Now, as part of the Auckland Transport 2021 update of its regional land transport plan, they developed a rapid transit baseline, which is an assessment standard. It did this based on an integrated suite of criteria set out in the NPS-UD definition for a rapid transit service. These criteria, Auckland Transport developed a measure that stated an appropriate best practice standard, and they did the work collaboratively, and they worked with other independent parties, so their classification work was appropriately peer reviewed. The net result of that work is that Auckland Transport classified all of its rail corridors. Out of that process, as I'm sure you're aware, Onehunga, a passenger rail line, was classified as not being a rapid transit line because it failed to meet the rapid transit baseline frequency criteria, which is at least every 15 minutes between 7 AM and 7 PM, 7 days a week. The Johnsonville rail line also fails to meet this frequency criteria. So it must be easy then for the council to adopt the Auckland Transport baseline to classify whether the Johnsonville rail line is a rapid transit service. No. And this is where the muddle starts. Waka Katoa in April 2021 published a One Network framework document. That document defined all metro rail lines in New Zealand as rapid transit corridors, irrespective of frequency, availability, and or volume of people movement. So it was straight away in conflict with the integrated suite of criteria set out in the definition of what a rapid transit service is and the NPS-UD. Based on this One Network framework definition, the Johnsonville rail line is classified as a rapid transit service line. GWRC, with the strong support of WCC, updated the regional land transport plan based on this classification, including declaring that the Johnsonville rail line is a rapid transit line. And I think critically at this point, it should be noted that that at that point, GWRC was aware of the Auckland Transport Rapid Transit Baseline Study. And they had decided, and they were also aware that the Onehunga line was not a rapid transit service. Yet they proceeded based on the One Network framework definition. This classification has set in concrete in the Regional Land Transport Plan that the Johnsonville rail line is a rapid transit line. We consider that to be a material error. Members of the JCA and Orca repeatedly challenged this classification. They went to the council in May last year, and the outcome of that process was the councillors actually agreed with the JCA and Orca submission. That's Appendix D. And the council agreed with that recommendation that the Johnsonville rail line was not a rapid transit service, and that was against officer advice. The JCA corresponded with and eventually met the One Network framework team, and they confirmed that the One Network framework is not a standard that can be directly applied to solve real world problems. One Network framework confirmed writing that the One Network framework alone is not suitable to assess whether a specific public transport service is or is not a rapid transit service under the UPSUD or NPSUD, sorry. And we make the comment that if either the Wellington City Council or GWC had bothered to check on the validity of their use of the One Network framework in the regional land transport plan with the One Network framework team, it is unlikely we'd be sitting here. However, moving on, November 2022, Waka Katoa issued a new updated One Network framework document. This one was labelled version 1.0. This document updated the PT1 definition to align with the NPSUD and now classifies the Johnsonville rail line and the Onehunga branch line as PT4, therefore not a rapid transit service. I'll skip that. Well, fundamentally, that was because both those lines didn't meet frequency criteria. This update to the One Network framework, version 1, was another opportunity for the GWRC, with the full support of WCC, to update the Regional Land Transport Plan with the updated classification contained in the One Network framework document, version 1.0, and classify the Johnsonville rail line as not being a rapid transit service. But no. Right. Thank you. The council now rejects the revised One Network framework criteria because it no longer supports their plans for densifying Johnsonville along the rail corridor. The council still claims the Johnsonville line and all the stations along the line are rapid transit under the NPSUD, but they failed to provide any documented standard set of criteria under which this claim is supported. We cannot understand why the Wellington City Council have not done their own study to determine whether or not the Johnsonville rail line is in fact a rapid transit service. The JCA has always wondered why the Wellington City Council has been so zealous about this matter. We have evidence which we've provided to this commission that there's email correspondence from the Greater Wellington Regional Council Manager, Regional Transport, to Auckland Transport, that the Wellington City Council are keen to have it as a rapid transit because of the intensification opportunities
that it offers, particularly at Johnsonville South. I think there are serious question marks about whether the Wellington City Council staff have fulfilled their fiduciary duty towards Johnsonville residents and the users of the Johnsonville rail line when considering the rapid transit service issue. We believe that they failed in their duty of care obligation to residents. It is the very firm view of the JCA that the Johnsonville rail line is not a rapid transit service. It would fail to meet any robust, genuinely independent assessment of its ability to meet frequency, quick, i.e. speed, high capacity criteria. For example, if it was assessed using the Auckland Transport Rapid Transit baseline. Just further to that, and I'm sure you're aware of it, the Greater Wellington Regional Council long-term plan, it has no funding or plan to improve the frequency or capacity along the Johnsonville rail line. And even in terms of listing that, it's right at the end of, I think, 30 years. And it has a very low benefit to cost ratio. I think it also needs to be noted the council agrees that the rail service from Johnsonville Railroad stations are not quick under the NPSUD. They still exist, even though our rail stops fail multiple NPSUD criteria. But these must be designated as rapid transit stops. The JCA requests the Johnsonville line be viewed the same way as the Let's Get Wellington Moving mass transport corridor. A public transport corridor that could be rapid transit in the future, then significant investment to increase frequency, speed and capacity is locked into a long-term plan, but for now that is not rapid transit. If the commissioners decide the Johnsonville line should be deemed rapid transit, JCA requests the Johnsonville station and the Railroad stations not be designated as rapid transit stops. Got a couple of corrections, but given the time pressure, I now want to talk about the walkable catchment issue. And this is areas A, B, and C. I'm actually going to go through this quite quickly. And I think the key message we want to get across here is that in 2013, there was an exercise done with the council in terms of what was an appropriate walkable catchment for Johnsonville. And the council put two areas into that walkable catchment. It's called the MDRA, medium density residential area. And those areas A and B, we took the council, the environment court over that and won. The environment court ruled that the council had to exclude areas A and B from the walkable catchment. I think it's fair to say that in that judgment, which we've included in our documents to this commission, the judge was absolutely scathing about Area A, and I think the chairman actually walking up Area A as part of a process of checking out areas A, B, and C. He starts off, and I'm not going to read all what he said, but it's damning. The Disraeli Street subway is a very different beast. For most people, and for most purposes, day-to-day access to and from this part of Johnsonville, the town centre, by this route is not a really practical proposition. And I just flagged the point that Mr. Wharton described Area A as does have a few steps, 44 narrow concrete steps, a few steps. And the council claims this route, which climbs up 82 vertical metres, which is the equivalent of a 24-storey building, is walkable by an average person every day. Here is what the judge said about Area B. He makes the comment it's a more fraught route. He's not comparing it to Area A. In non-peak periods, these routes might well be doable within 10 minutes, but at peaks, it is not hard to imagine that them taking at least that, if not longer. At either time, those with mobility issues or managing a baby buggy or small children will also find this route difficult and even harrowing. I just want to make the point here that further to that judge's commentary, we advise a correction to that judge's comment. And so as an update to his comment, the JCA notes that about 5 years ago, a pedestrian zebra crossing was placed on Bassett Road. This provides a minor improvement to crossing Bassett Road. However, the main issue has always been getting pedestrians having to cross Middleton or Houston Road to get to Johnsonville. These are both very busy arterial roads. The residents walking from Middleton Road would have to negotiate without the support of any priority pedestrian crossing. It's also, right, okay, thank you. We would also note for the Commissioner's benefit that we now move to Area C. This is there is a related ridgeline issue with this area. I would describe Area C as sort of a mini version of Area A, to sort of give you some context there. And yes, I think we'll just I'm going to say this. Using a reasonable bystander test, Area C, like areas B and A, is not the place for those with mobility issues, for managing a baby buggy, bringing small children along, and carrying significant loads like grocery shopping. Right, I'll flick to the size of the catchment. I think the fundamental issue here is that in 2013, there was a Wellington City Council officer, Lucy Desrosier, who we've provided you with her evidence, presented as her evidence on behalf of the council what was a 10-minute walkable catchment for Johnsonville. And I would just emphasise the point again, the council never appealed the Environment Court's judgment from 2013. When the council released its spatial plan in 2020, we had a much larger walkable catchment. And fundamentally, the difference between the two measurements, the one in 2013 measured 10-minute walking catchment from the centre of the Johnsonville shopping mall. The current measurement done following the release of the spatial plan in 2020 says that you measure the 10-minute walking catchment from the edge of the metropolitan centre, even though in the MPSUD it doesn't say you have to measure a 10-minute catchment from the edge of that the metropolitan centre. And there is a telling statement in there, if I can just find it, where it says that a walkable catchment is the area an average person could walk from a specific point to get to multiple destinations within the centre of the community that you're wanting to head to. And the guidance document strongly suggests that a specific point is a resident's home. If not, what else would it be for a resident on a regular daily basis? Right. Yeah. There's we actually consider Johnsonville to be a metropolitan centre that, while it's small, it's somewhat large, it actually has low amenity. It's actually lost quite a lot of services, like the mall is run down. There's been various chain stores, banks have moved on and out, and we're missing many of the other shopping types, such as a department store or hardware store, present in successful suburban centres. We consider that the council officers have failed to properly size the walking catchment for Johnsonville, imposing one that is much larger than is justified by the amenity in our centre. It is our view that the JCA, it's the view of the JCA that the council planning officers got it wrong when they extended the Johnsonville walking catchment, so it's not so much larger than the MDRA walking catchment agreed with the council for Johnsonville in 2013. Just cannot understand why they stepped away from that. I just want to finish, if I may, I just want to make some comments about the process followed by council planning officers. So I've got a few brief comments here. Outlined in my speech, there is a long catalogue of very bad decisions made by Wellington Council planning officers, some of which have been in collaboration with the Greater Wellington Regional Council. This is resulting, in our view, failures of the fiduciary duty obligation of council officers. I'm a former audit manager of a major state corporation. And this has made me ask, why is this happening? My answer, and it is the answer also of my colleagues on the JCA, zealotry. And that's by the council's planning staff. There is also an additional issue of a lack of appropriate oversight by council top management of council planning staff's decision to ensure that they are robust, sound, fair, equitable, and right. What has caused this zealotry? Council planning staff have allowed their professional objectivity to be placed to one side in the pursuit of high density housing plans for Johnsonville in particular.
Mr. Taylor, can I suggest you need to play the ball and not the man? We understand you feel strongly, but I think from my perspective, the council staff are trying to do their best. They've certainly laid out the basis for their position. I know you don't agree with it, but please focus on why you don't agree with it rather than effectively slagging them off.
I will respect your direction in that regard. I have experience through court cases in the past dealing with court council staff, and I just see similar themes, but I won't push the point any further. I think I've made my point. I think you're acknowledging that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just take you, you've raised a number of interesting issues. First of all, I've put on the stage, we have been up to Johnsonville, we have walked through the subway and up into Area A. We formed our own view. I won't tell you what that view is. You'll learn what that is in the fullness of time when we release our recommendations. We will walk the other two routes probably next Monday or Tuesday night. We just need you to organise some decent weather for us. No pressure. The issue about where the walkable catchment is measured from, I've opened the NPSUD. Policy 3C says building heights of at least 6 stories within at least a walkable catchment of the following, and it says the edge of the metropolitan centre zone. So I think that would probably explain why the difference. And in terms of what the council officers have measured, you should be aware that the council officers, as Hammond told us, that she walked them when she was in her 3rd trimester pregnant, and on that basis recommended a slower walking time and there are other witnesses, other submitters who have criticised the council for adopting a slower walking time. So just want you to be aware that there are other perspectives that we will hear of that. So just record that. But that was all I had noticed. Mr. Dash, did you have any questions, Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I don't have any additional questions. I think you were here for part of the previous presentation, so there is a certain commonality between a number of the issues that you've raised and them. As the chair said, we've also had the opportunity to your area A, and I know a number of us are quite familiar with Johnsonville and the dynamics of Johnsonville. Short answer is I don't have any additional questions, but thank you for your presentation and the effort that you've put up.
Yes, thank you both of you for walking Area A. I do know it's arduous. I appreciate that.
Mr. Burge.
I'll just note that we all walked.
Everybody's walked.
We
Absolutely.
did it. The team stuck together.
There was
Who was first at the top?
We're not telling.
Some of us extended the definition of walk.
Let's just say that some walk faster than others.
But I'd also note that we did wonder what the elevation was. So you've given us that
Oh
figure
yes, I
today
didn't
too.
explain that very clearly.
So
Yes, I can explain it. It's from the exit point on the eastern side of the Disraeli Street subway.
Yeah.
To the very top, Chesterton Street.
Right. Yes. Know it. Yeah.
Felt the pain.
I tried to be helpful by suggesting that take a car up the top, or in this case, several.
Oh, no,
you came by train. I noted.
Yeah, and we caught the bus back, so we had a full experience. Thank you. I had no questions, but I thank you for your presentation.
Okay. All right.
Just one comment, and it's a very good one. You've just picked up on that. Now that we've experienced the train and the bus experience, we can take up your advice and take a car to the top of the next two, and use your very wise counsel to work smarter, not harder.
But, as I say, we are grateful for you coming to this. I'm grateful for you sticking the time. We would be grateful if you provided Jazz with a copy of your speech.
Yes.
Because I deliberately didn't take notes because I knew I would get a copy.
I will do that.
Listen carefully to you, and both to you and Ms. Therese for your time. We appreciate.
Thank you very much. And all the best in your deliberations.
I'm sure we're going to have a fun time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of proceedings for today. We'll adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow.